Chapter 30. Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as the corners of his mouth curled up, and he said in a mocking tone, "I don't mind, but the command token you gave was casually tossed aside and even stepped on. Tell me, what sort of identity is this? If you don't want to settle the enmity from before, we can continue the agreement." He looked playfully at Xiao Qiao, and Xiao Jingtian. Under the gaze of this sort of gaze, Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao's hearts jerked, and their expressions changed slightly. They wouldn't touch that damnable agreement, and it was too late for them to get rid of it. Xiao Jingtian swept his gaze with his gaze, and immediately saw the command token beneath the guard's knee. That identity token was precisely the one he gave to Xiaoyang that day. He was extremely furious, and he snorted coldly before waving his hand, causing a boundless force to instantly blast onto the guard's body. It directly blasted the guard flying, and even caused him to be heavily injured, causing blood to flow out from the corners of his mouth. Yet he didn't dare resist. This command token was a gift that little sister Qiao and I gave to brother Xiaoyang together. Yet you actually trampled on it like this. Xiao Jingtian's face was suffused with rage, and flames of rage seemed to be burning in his eyes as he released a baleful aura from his body, causing his fierce aura to firmly lock onto the two guards. The two guards gasped as their faces instantly went pale without the slightest trace of blood, and their eyes revealed terror. My God, these two are genius figures that are ranked in the top 20 of the Xiao family. Yet even the gift they gave together was trampled on. How could they afford to be offended? At this moment, they who were kneeling on the ground even had the thought of dying. "Young Master Xiaoyang, calm your anger. I deserve death, I deserve death. I beg young Master Xiaoyang to forgive me." Xiao Jingtian looked at Xiaoyang with a pleading gaze, as he didn't want to be tainted by the enmity of the past once more. Xiaoyang sneered as he looked at the two snobbish guards and ridiculed. "Can I still enter the poison pavilion?" "You can, you're too capable. Young Master Xiaoyang, please hurry up and enter. We're begging you." Xiaoyang sneered and asked again, "Why don't you continue telling me to scram? Didn't you tell me to scram? It seems like you're going to kill me if I don't scram." The two guards were scared out of their wits and broke out in cold sweat. They really regretted being too arrogant just now. "Please don't, young Master Xiaoyang. We know our mistake. We really know our mistake. Please forgive us." Xiaoyang restrained his sneer, snorted lightly, and said expressionlessly, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and give me the shitty token you think it is." The two guards' bodies trembled, and their souls almost left their bodies. They almost fell to the ground. This was a token jointly given by Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao. If such a token was trash, then what kind of token was worthy of recognition? They swallowed a mouthful of saliva, their hands trembling as they bent down and lowered their heads. They shakily picked up the token from the ground and then brought it to Xiaoyang. Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao were already seething with anger. These two damn things actually dared to call their tokens dog's hit tokens. Bastards, you deserve to die. You even touched a dog's hit token. Aren't you afraid of dirtying your hands? Xiao Jingtian cursed, and the hatred in his eyes was extremely dense. These two people were simply looking for trouble for him. He condensed his cultivation, put two of his fingers together, and slashed out with his sword fingers, directly chopping off the left hands of the two guards. Two shrill screams sounded out, and the two left arms fell to the ground. They were cut off, and fresh blood flowed out. The token was caught by Xiao Qiao at the instant it fell. After that, the two of them once again respectfully brought it to Xiaoyang and said sincerely, "Brother Xiaoyang, everything is a misunderstanding. Please accept the token." Xiaoyang accepted the token, turned around, and no longer paid attention to this matter. "You too, this is a lesson for you. You dare to be disrespectful to young Master Xiaoyang. I'll kill you next time. Get lost." Xiao Qiao, Er's beautiful face was cold as she glared and shouted. The two servants hurriedly fled in a sorry state. They didn't even have time to pick up the arms that fell to the ground. We won't disturb brother Xiao Yang any longer. Goodbye. Xiao Qiao. And Xiao Jingtian hurriedly left. Just as they left, an angry shout sounded out. How dare you? Trash Xiaoyang! You even dare to be so ruthless to my people. Xiao Zhongtian ran over from not far away and leaped. That's right, these two guards were ordered by him to make things difficult for Xiaoyang. However, he didn't expect that they would receive such a bitter lesson. He had always been dissatisfied with Xiaoyang, and now that his servants were humiliated, he naturally couldn't endure it anymore. He directly came to find Xiaoyang for revenge, to wash away his previous humiliation and take revenge. Big brother Jingtian, big sister Qiao, this is a grudge between me and Xiaoyang. I hope you won't interfere in this matter for big brother Xiao Chen's sake. Xiao Zhongtian also noticed these two people and immediately cupped his fists. The reason why he knew that Xiaoyang would come to the poison medicine pavilion was because he heard the news from these two people. Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao frowned. They naturally knew that Xiao Zhongtian was Xiao Chen's lackey. They snorted and immediately leaped 400 feet away from this place. They didn't want to help either of them, and they also didn't want to remind this idiot Xiao Zhongtian. Xiaoyang, let's see if you will die this time. Let's see who else can help you. Xiao Zhongtian laughed sinisterly as he stared fiercely at Xiaoyang. He also released the aura of a third-ranked warrior and used his aura to lock onto Xiaoyang. Ever since he was crippled by Xiaoyang on the battle stage, he recovered from his injuries with the help of pills. He even benefited from the disaster and broke through to the next realm. In addition, he had been cultivating with all his might and was determined to find Xiaoyang for revenge. Therefore, his cultivation forcefully broke through to the third-ranked warrior. He still remembered that when he was defeated by Xiaoyang that day, Xiaoyang was only a first-ranked warrior. Now he was already a third-ranked warrior, which was 2 ranks higher than Xiaoyang. This time, let's see how Xiaoyang will retaliate. Xiao Zhongtian had a look of absolute certainty on his face as he sneered again and again with a condescending attitude toward Xiaoyang. He didn't even think about the fact that while he was improving, others were also improving at a faster rate than him. Xiaoyang slowly turned around and raised his head. He calmly looked at Xiao Zhongtian and said indifferently, Xiao Zhongtian, the past grudges have already been settled. Why do you want to make new enemies? He didn't want to bicker with Xiao Zhongtian, but if Xiao Zhongtian insisted on courting death, he wouldn't mind fulfilling his wish. Are you afraid? Xiaoyang, unless you kneel down and apologize to me, I won't let you off. Xiao Zhongtian said proudly. Looking at Xiaoyang's soft attitude, he was even happier. Xiaoyang sighed and didn't bother to pay attention to the other party. He calmly said, I want to enter the poison medicine pavilion. Please go ahead. His purpose of coming here was the poison medicine pavilion. Now that there were no guards blocking him, he naturally wanted to enter. However, Xiao Zhongtian was immediately unhappy. He risked his life to increase his cultivation to take revenge, but the other party actually ignored him. Does he even put a third-ranked warrior in his eyes? Chapter 31. The dignity of a rank 3 warrior cannot be insulted. How dare you look down on me like this? You are courting death. Xiao Zhongtian was furious to the extreme. It was fine if the other party was not scared witless, but how dare he not put him in his eyes? It was really intolerable. He immediately used the firmament palm and fiercely slapped Xiaoyang's back. He wanted to let Xiaoyang see how powerful he was. A majestic force instantly hit Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's expression was indifferent. He did not turn around at all. The moment the opponent's palm approached, his terrifying cultivation of a rank 6 warrior suddenly erupted. Just the power of this cultivation base alone was enough to disintegrate Xiao Zhongtian's attack and crush Xiao Zhongtian ruthlessly. Ah, Xiao Zhongtian exclaimed. His eyes widened, revealing a face of disbelief. His body was hit by an invisible force and flew more than 10 meters away before landing heavily on the ground. An ant dares to challenge the might of an elephant ignorant. Xiao Yang glanced at him indifferently with a face full of contempt. You are actually a rank 6 warrior. I puff. Xiao Zhongtian was so angry that he vomited blood. He originally thought that he was the one who advanced the fastest and that he could completely suppress Xiaoyang. But once there was a comparison, he knew what it meant to be hurt. Xiao Jingtian and Xiao Qiao, who were watching from afar, were also surprised. When Xiaoyang gave out the poison pill and token, his cultivation was only a rank 4 warrior. Now he had advanced to rank 6 warrior. Thinking about the scene when they met Xiaoyang at the back of the mountain, they broke out in cold sweat. This speed of advancement was really too monstrous. Originally, they had the ambition to compete after regaining their freedom, but now they were completely defeated. Upon entering the poison medicine pavilion, Tang Wulin saw many people busying themselves with their duties. Xiaoyang grabbed a person and asked, "Friend, what is the process of taking the alchemist exam?" Yes, he planned to take the alchemist exam directly. As long as he had this identity, he would be the most important person in the poison pavilion. What? You want to take the alchemist exam? Xiao Daliai's face was filled with shock as he looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. He had just passed the test yesterday and successfully entered the poison medicine pavilion as an apprentice. In order to enter this place, he had prepared for 5 whole years. However, this person in front of him, who was the same age as him, actually dared to talk nonsense about taking the alchemist exam. He was simply ignorant. Everyone knew that the alchemist exam was the most difficult. One had to go through 3 identities: apprentice, assistant, and senior assistant. Only then would one have the qualifications to become an alchemist. You said you want to take the alchemist exam? What is your identity now? Only senior assistants have the qualifications to be an alchemist. Xiao Daliai looked at Xiaoyang in surprise. He thought to himself, is this a hothead? Only a hothead would be so arrogant. Xiaoyang really did not know the identity of his token. He immediately took out the token and showed it to Xiao Daliai. Oh, it's the status of an apprentice. Then you're still very far away from becoming an alchemist. Starting from an apprentice, you need to be an assistant, then a senior assistant. Only after passing the assessment can you become an alchemist. My name is Dong Lai. How should I address you? I'm also an apprentice. In the future, we can study together. Let me tell you, my wish in this life is also to become an alchemist. Xiao Daliai was very cheerful and talkative. In addition, he had just taken the test yesterday. For this new environment, it was good to have one more friend. Xiaoyang felt the friendliness of the other party and nodded. His expression eased a little as he calmly said, "Okay, let's study together. My name is Xiaoyang." "Xiaoyang, your name wasn't in yesterday's test?" Xiao Daliai tilted his head and thought in surprise. Xiaoyang did not want to tell the other party that he went in through the back door. He immediately changed the topic. "Oh, right. What does an apprentice need to do? How can I become an assistant?" With the memories of his previous life as the eternal poison sovereign, all kinds of medicinal herbs, pills, and pill formulas were easily grasped. Therefore, he was not interested in the seemingly difficult identities of apprentice, assistant, and senior assistant. He even felt that the identity of an alchemist was easily obtainable. "Wow, you've asked the right person. I've studied for 5 years. An apprentice is just learning. Every month, there will be a senior assistant giving lectures. Every month, there will be an exam. If you pass the exam, you can become an assistant. Basically, the content of the exam is the knowledge of medicinal herbs, such as their name, growing environment, appearance, and effects. The place of the exam is the Linglong Tower. Let me tell you, there are tens of millions of medicinal herbs in the Linglong Tower. So far, no one has been able to recognize all of them. The best is only able to recognize 9 million medicinal herbs. Of course, as long as we can recognize 5 million medicinal herbs, we can become an assistant. Xiao Dalei spoke confidently. After all, this was something he was interested in and also the information he had. He was just worried about showing off his knowledge when Xiaoyang came up. Of course, he did not mind showing off. So far, the best in the apprentice exam is Xiaosun. She has already recognized 4,500,000 medicinal herbs. With another 500,000, she can become an assistant. However, I heard that her temper is not very good and she is also very arrogant, so try to avoid her when you see her. Xiao Dalei smiled and continued. Although her temper is not good, she is quite beautiful. There are many people chasing after her. You will definitely like her when you see her. While the two of them were talking, a guy with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks walked over. He glanced at the tokens on their bodies, and his eyes were filled with contempt. He coldly snorted. Newbies, do you even know how to be polite? Why aren't you coming with me to greet Big Brother? Where there were people, there was society. Where there was society, there was competition. The poisonous medicine pavilion was no exception. Xiaoyang was a little dissatisfied with the other party's attitude. Everyone was equal, so why was he superior to others? Just as he was about to flare up, Xiao Dalei pulled him back and signaled him to bear with it. The two of them followed Xiao Hozi. Xiao Dalei explained softly, there is a force here called the Learning Alliance. All newbies who come and have to give a greeting gift and act according to their mood. Otherwise, they will make things difficult for us. We are new here, so let's bear with it first. What are you mumbling about? Hurry up, Big Brother is getting impatient. Xiao Hozi scolded. Be more alert later. Don't make things difficult for me. He was also an apprentice, but he was lucky enough to be the Big Brother's lackey. Therefore, he was like a fox pretending to be the Big Brother's tiger. After arriving at a pavilion, they saw a young man with a face as handsome as jade sitting on a stone bench. Two pretty female apprentices were massaging his shoulders. Xiao Hozi walked into the pavilion with his head lowered and said fawningly, Big Brother, the newbies are here. The Learning Alliance's Big Brother, Xiao Chunyang, glanced at Xiaoyang and Xiao Dalei indifferently and said expressionlessly, 100,000 gold coins each, be straightforward. Chapter 32. Seeing Xiao Dalei's awkward expression and Xiaoyang's indifference, Xiao Hoho could not help but frown and snort. Don't you know how to cause trouble? You two rookies. Do you believe that I'll make it impossible for you to survive here? They still had the ability to do so. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to form a study alliance among the poison medicine pavilion's apprentices. Firstly, they had the absolute strength to bully any apprentice here that they did not like. Secondly, they were also people with backing. Otherwise, the higher-ups would have already punished them for their unscrupulous behavior of deceiving apprentices. How could the study alliance be allowed to exist until now? Xiao Dalei looked nervous, and his eyes were filled with fear. His embarrassment and embarrassment were not because he wanted to resist. He did not want to resist, and he also wanted to give out 100,000 gold coins. It was just that he did not have that much money on hand. Although he was also a disciple of a Xiao family disciples were also divided into different ranks. Plop. Under Xiao Hoho and Xiao Chunyang's power, Xiao Dalei immediately knelt on the ground. He could not be blamed for being spineless. He just wanted to survive. With a pale face, he said with difficulty, Boss, Big Brother, it's not that I don't want to pay, but I don't have the money. Why don't you give me a few days, and I'll go back and discuss it with my family. Xiao Hoho and Xiao Chunyang's expressions turned gloomy, and their eyes revealed ferocity. It was not that they had not encountered such a situation before. Those people were purely pretending to be pitiful in an attempt to get away with it. In the end, of course, they were ruthlessly beaten up by them, and in the end, they became obedient. Hee. The two female apprentices who were helping Xiao Chunyang to massage his shoulders mocked with a sneer on their faces. You're so poor and spineless. Why are you an apprentice? Just get out of here." As a 7-foot man, Xiao Dalei was even more embarrassed to be mocked by girls like this. He was extremely embarrassed. However, he really had no choice but to beg for mercy. Even so, they did not plan to let him go. "Humph, Xiao Dalei, I've seen many of your tricks. The Study Alliance is so famous among the apprentices. I don't believe that you haven't heard of it. Let me tell you, if you don't hand over 100,000 gold coins as a contribution, don't even think about leaving here." Xiao Hozi snorted coldly again and again. His face was dark and gloomy. Then he shifted his gaze to Xiaoyang and asked in a deep voice, "What about you? What's your situation? Are you also pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy?" Xiao Chunyang and the 2 female apprentices beside him also looked at Xiaoyang with great interest, with curiosity and disdain in their eyes. "Me, I might be able to gather 100,000 gold coins, but I won't hand it over." Yes, ever since Xiaoyang had fallen from grace, the resources provided to him by his family had decreased by a lot. If he was asked to take out 100,000 gold coins at once, he really wouldn't be able to do so. However, he had some medicinal pills on him, and he also had a few subordinates. If he pulled together, 100,000 gold coins would definitely not be a problem. However, the problem was whether or not to hand it over, not whether or not they could gather it. "Oh my, how bold of you to dare to go against our study union. Are you tired of living? Or do you want to get out of the poison medicine pavilion?" Xiao Hozi would definitely be angry. This reason was even more infuriating than having no reason at all. If you really couldn't gather the gold coins, it would be pardonable. At most, you would be taught a lesson. However, the problem was that you could gather the gold coins, but you didn't want to hand it over. What was the meaning of this? Obviously, he was singing a different tune from the study union. How could the study union tolerate such provocative behavior? All the apprentices had great respect for the study union and never dared to offend them. Even if they saw someone from the study union, they would take a detour. The study union was like a high and mighty organization among the apprentices. Every apprentice was filled with fear and respect. However, this guy in front of them actually didn't put the study union in his eyes and was so disrespectful. They were furious. If there was such an opening, wouldn't the following apprentices follow suit and not contribute? They definitely couldn't allow such an opening. Xiao Hozi's gaze turned sharp, and his expression became ferocious. He took a step forward and released the powerful cultivation of a rank 6 warrior. He wanted to let the person in front of him know that the study union wasn't to be trifled with. "Humph! How dare you be disrespectful to the study union? Kneel down." Xiao Hozi grabbed Xiaoyang with one hand. He wanted to use his powerful cultivation to completely intimidate Xiaoyang. The others were already filled with fear towards Xiao Hozi's cultivation. Not only Xiao Dalei, who was kneeling on the ground with a pale face, but also the 2 female apprentices who were massaging their shoulders. Their eyes were filled with fear. Even Xiao Chunyang, who was sitting on the stone bench, squinted his eyes and glanced at Xiao Hozi with deep meaning. "Xiaoyang, don't be rash. Bear with it for a while." Although Xiao Dalei was trembling in fear, he still reminded Xiaoyang in fear. He felt that Xiaoyang shouldn't be so reckless. Once he offended someone from the study union, only death would await him. At the same time, he hurriedly shouted at Xiao Hozi, who was rushing over, "Bosses, please calm down. I will help Xiaoyang pay the 100,000 gold coins. Please give him a way out. He just came here and doesn't know the rules." Xiao Dalei swallowed his saliva, his face full of apprehension. He couldn't even gather his own 100,000 gold coins, let alone adding Xiaoyang's. He just didn't want Xiaoyang to fall here, so he could only take one step at a time. "It's too late. Today Xiaoyang must die. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will directly drive you out of the poison medicine pavilion. Die for me." Seeing that Xiao Dalei was an eyesore, Xiao Hozi roared and used his cultivation to directly send Xiao Dalei flying. The terrified Xiao Dalei was only a 7th stage martial disciple. How could he be a match for the other party? Seeing the other party make a move, he was already scared out of his wits. After a muffled groan, his body flew backwards and hit the ground, directly fainting. Xiaoyang, let's see who can help you. After Xiao Houzi sent Xiao Dalei flying, he once again rushed toward Xiaoyang like a hot knife through butter. Xiaoyang crossed his arms over his chest and stood still. From the other party's attack, he saw more than 10 flaws. After finding one of the key flaws, he snorted and attacked like lightning. Firmament Palm. His Firmament Palm had already reached the level of proficiency, one step away from reaching the peak. With this display, an incomparably majestic mountain peak condensed and directly hit Xiao Houzi's body. Xiao Houzi's eyes suddenly widened, his expression revealing shock. Under his incredulous gaze, his body was directly sent flying. Puff! He flew back more than 10 feet and barely stood firm. His body was weak and his legs were weak. He couldn't help but feel sweet in his throat and spit out a mouthful of blood. You, wah, Puff! Xiao Houzi's expression was full of shock. His eyes were filled with fear, and his body trembled slightly. Chapter 33. Initially, he wanted to shout at Xiaoyang, but before he could do so, the injuries in his body flared up again, causing him to vomit blood again. This time he was truly terrified. One must know that he was a powerful rank 6 warrior. Among the apprentices in the poison pharmacy pavilion, he was almost the strongest. Now, Lin Huang was able to injure him with one move without any injuries. It was clear how terrifying Lin Huang's cultivation was. They usually had great respect for powerhouses. Sir, are you joking with the Learning League? This is too much. Xiao Houzi forcefully channeled his cultivation to suppress his injuries, then spoke to Xiaoyang with a pale face. Anyway, he dared not attack again. However, apart from strength, the Learning League had authority, so he still had the right to speak to Lin Huang as an equal. Xiaoyang ignored him and smiled in disdain. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Xiao Chunyang. This was because Xiao Chunyang was the leader of the Learning League, while Xiao Houzi was just a lackey. What can you do to me if I don't hand over the gold coins? He looked at Xiao Chunyang provocatively. If Xiao Chunyang wanted to attack, Xiaoyang would not mind teaching him a lesson. Faced with this problem and Xiaoyang's combat power, Xiao Houzi as a lackey fell silent. He dared not say anything and could only wait for Xiao Chunyang's decision. Normally, the Learning League also needed talents. Only by absorbing enough talents could the Learning League survive for a long time. Faced with such situations, the Learning League would not fall out with them and would only try to rope them in. Of course, if they could not rope them in, the Learning League would not easily offend them. Compromise was the best way to survive. Xiao Chunyang got up slowly and signaled the 2 beautiful female apprentices to stop massaging his shoulders. He walked out of the pavilion and looked at Xiaoyang from a meter away. He said in a deep voice, "Brother Xiaoyang, you don't have to hand over the 100,000 gold coins. If you don't mind, you can totally join the Learning League. In the Learning League, apart from me, you're only second to me." The eyes of the 2 beautiful female apprentices behind him lit up as they looked at Xiaoyang with infatuation. They were forced to join the study league because Xiao Chunyang and Xiao Houzi liked their looks. After being threatened and abused for a long time, they were used to it. Compared to Xiaoyang, they were more than willing to serve the little fresh meat Xiaoyang. As long as you join us, these 2 female apprentices will be yours. When Xiao Chunyang saw that Xiaoyang was silent, he hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and spoke. Since he had made his decision, he had to pay a sufficient price if he wanted to subdue someone. Putting such a price on Xiaoyang was already his limit. Xiao Houzi had long been dissatisfied with this. He was a 6th order warrior and followed Xiao Chunyang everywhere, yet he didn't receive such treatment. Now, the Learning Union actually promised such benefits to an outsider. He was already jealous and dissatisfied with Xiao Chunyang. "I'm not interested in your study league at all, as long as you don't provoke me in the future," Xiaoyang said calmly. He had always been disdainful of this kind of scheming. His goal was to become an alchemist and receive the reward of the upper-grade, yellow-rank poison pill. All right, since Brother Xiaoyang is so straightforward, I, Xiao Chunying, won't force you. In the future, we won't interfere with each other. You go your way, and I'll go mine. Hosey, see the guest out. Xiao Chunying was also a little angry. He had already given Xiaoyang enough face, but he didn't expect Xiaoyang to be so stubborn. He didn't know how to be flexible. He lost his patience and simply didn't greet him. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Moreover, he wasn't willing to give away 2 beautiful female apprentices. Please, young Master Xiao. Co. Hosey heaved a sigh of relief and took a few steps forward. He looked at Xiaoyang impatiently and gestured for Xiaoyang to leave. Xiaoyang couldn't be bothered with them. He grabbed the unconscious Xiao Dalei with one hand and wanted to take him away. This made Co. Hosey very dissatisfied. However, after thinking about it, he hesitated and chose to remain silent. Since Xiaoyang didn't agree to join, then his second position in the student union was saved. There was no need to continue to fuss with Xiaoyang. Compared to Xiao Dalei, his position was more important. Stop! Although he didn't say anything, Xiao Chunying, as the leader of the student union, stopped him. This made Co. Hosey a little confused. He then looked at Xiao Chunying with a deep gaze. To be honest, everyone was a rank 6 warrior. Why was he, Co. Hosey, only an errand boy while Xiao Chunying, Co. Hosey, was the boss? Co. Hosey already had this thought, but he didn't dare to act rashly. If Xiao Chunying and Xiaoyang were both injured, then Co. Hosey would definitely seize this opportunity. Is there anything else? Xiaoyang stood still, frowned, and glanced at the other party with dissatisfaction. Xiao Chunying snorted and glanced at Co. Hosey. He didn't care too much about Co. Hosey's thoughts. He stretched out his hand, pointed at the unconscious Xiao Dalei, and said, "This person has to stay. You can leave." What a joke! You dare to touch my Xiaoyang's people? Xiaoyang didn't have the slightest fear, nor did he have the intention to abandon Xiao Dalei. He responded to Xiao Chunying firmly. Xiao Chunying was so angry that his face was a little pale. He snorted and said, "Xiaoyang, I've given you enough face. You can choose not to hand over the gold coins, and I can also let you off for injuring my student union's people. I've already compromised and made enough concessions. Are you really going to go against me because of such a small character?" He felt that he had enough reasons and felt that he was standing at the peak of morality. He had enough reasons to question Xiaoyang. This Xiaoyang didn't know how to deal with things. He didn't even know how to be flexible. I've already given you so much face. Can't you give me a way out? I'm the leader of a student union, okay? Xiaoyang didn't even bother with him. He directly activated his cultivation and drew a mark on the ground. He snorted and said, "I've already drawn the path. Come at me if you have the guts." Before a fight, other people would say that they would draw a line before fighting. Since Xiaoyang had already laid out the path, he didn't mind going all out. Most of the time, the fist was the reason and the fist was the rule. Xiao Chunying's face was ashen. He stared at Xiaoyang fiercely and released his battle intent. He was a rank 6 warrior and naturally had his dignity. A rank 6 warrior couldn't be humiliated. His aura rose and targeted Xiaoyang fiercely. However, he stopped after building up his aura for half a day. He didn't dare to fight. What a joke! Even Co. Hosey was defeated in one move. Wasn't he looking for trouble? Chapter 34. Moreover, if something were to happen to him, it would benefit Xiao Hosey who wanted to climb up the ranks. He wasn't that stupid. This made Xiao Hosey's jaw drop. He cursed Xiao Chunying in his heart. Too shameless, too shameless. To think that he was the leader of the Learning League. Yet he only knew how to put on an act. Xiao Hosey was very depressed. He wanted to use this opportunity to become the leader of the Learning League. But now it seemed like there was no chance. Xiaoyang, just you wait. I'll let you know that in the Poison Pavilion, I don't just rely on strength, I also rely on authority. Humph. Xiao Chunyang also felt that it would be very embarrassing if he just stopped after playing with the atmosphere for half a day. Therefore, he left some harsh words to Xiao Yang, saying that he would get back at him in the future. Xiao Yang smiled contemptuously. He didn't even bother to respond to the other party. He turned around and left. This nonchalant attitude angered Xiao Chunyang to the point of vomiting blood. Xiao Chunyang shouted at Xiao Yang's back, "Xiao Yang, you're dead. How dare you look down on me like this? I'll make you pay the price for your contempt. Let me tell you, Xiao Sun is my sister. You're dead." However, Xiao Yang was already far away. Even if he mentioned Xiao Sun, the most powerful prodigy in the apprentice assessment, he was still indifferent. To Xiao Yang, what **T Learning League? What Xiao Sun, who recognized for 5 million medicinal herbs? They were all paper tigers. He didn't need to put them in his eyes. He was the eternal poison lord in his previous life. He knew more than tens of millions of medicinal herbs. Every apprentice had a room. Xiao Yang sent Xiao Dalai back to his room and woke him up. In the beginning, Xiao Yang didn't plan to save Xiao Dalai. After all, everyone had their own destiny. It wasn't right for him to interfere. However, when Xiao Dalai reminded him even in his extreme fear and was willing to risk his life to plead for him, Xiao Yang still felt some compassion even though he didn't need it. Now he was soft-hearted and brought Xiao Dalai out. He also offended the Learning League. They even wanted to use some big shot to deal with him. This gave Xiao Yang a headache. Of course, he didn't know any bullshit, Xiao Sun. Soon, Xiao Dalai woke up. Where is this? Am I dead? Xiao Dalai scanned his surroundings and asked in a somewhat fearful manner. He was almost scared to death just now. The one who attacked him was Monkey Xiao, a rank 6 warrior. How could a lowly guy like him, who had not even broken through to warrior, resist him? He thought he was dead for sure. Unexpectedly, when he woke up, he was in his own room. Next to him was his new friend, Xiao Yang. "You're not dead. It's just some superficial wounds. Rest well, and you'll be fine." Xiao Yang comforted her. She had dared to risk her life to protect him, so he couldn't be too heartless. Then we left the student union? Phew! He exhaled. His expression was excited, but he also relaxed a little. As long as he didn't stay in that place, as long as he didn't face those people, it was fine. It's only 100,000 gold coins. Thinking of this, Xiao Dalai couldn't help but frown. This was difficult. It was difficult for his family to gather such a huge amount of money, not to mention Xiao Yang's share. He naturally meant what he said before. "Brother Xiao Yang, don't worry. I'll help you gather 100,000 gold coins." Xiao Dalai acted as if he was unafraid of death. He had already decided to go back and kneel on the ground to beg his family for help. Xiao Yang felt that this silly Xiao Dalai was a little cute. He curled his lips and explained helplessly, "All right, Xiao Dalai, the student union doesn't need your gold coins anymore. He invited me to join the student union." "What?" A loud exclamation was heard. Xiao Dalai's mouth was wide open. His chin almost fell to the ground, and his eyes almost popped out. One had to know that it was the top organization among the apprentices, which ordinary people didn't fear and admire it. It was an organization that everyone wanted to join, but couldn't. If one could join it, they would wake up from their dreams with a smile. It would be enough to be proud for 3 years. He wanted to join very badly. Unfortunately, they didn't even bother with him. He didn't expect the student union to invite Xiao Yang. He had a whole new level of respect for Xiao Yang. His eyes flickered as he suppressed the excitement in his heart. He hurriedly advised, "Brother Xiao Yang, you should join. I'm already satisfied with just a little bit of glory. I just need to spread the word that my brother is in the student union. Let's see who doesn't bow their heads to please me." Xiao Yang sighed helplessly. After all, both of them were at different levels. The gap was too big. To apprentices who had yet to break through to martial warrior, the student union might be a top organization. However, to Xiaoyang it was simply a child's toy. What was there to be surprised about? To prevent Xiao Dalei from being shocked, he said decisively, "I refuse." "What? Oh my God! That's a great opportunity." Xiao Dalei was so angry that he almost fainted. You actually refused. I don't know how many apprentices tried their best to give their gifts, but couldn't get in. Anyone who enters the student union is arrogant and enjoys the apprentices' admiration and worship. You actually refused. You. What do you want me to say about you? Sai, he thought he could borrow Xiaoyang's power and not be bullied. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to make such a stupid choice. Forget it. We're friends after all. I can't blame Xiaoyang. At most, we'll fight together again. Xiao Dalei sighed for a while. He was in a bad mood. When he thought about Xiaoyang refusing to join the student union, he felt so regretful that his heart ached. He didn't know how to cherish it. Compared to not having to hand over 100,000 gold coins, he didn't feel that this was a happy thing. Not having to hand over the gold coins was something to be extremely excited and happy about. However, Xiaoyang refusing to join the student union made him feel even more depressed. How could he be happy? This was called, "There is no harm without comparison." Oh, right, the student union's leader said that he'll get Xiao Sun to deal with me, so you should be careful too. Xiaoyang thought about it and felt that he should remind Xiao Dalei so that he wouldn't be hurt because of him. Ugh. Xiao Dalei's eyes widened and he instantly fainted. F***CK, that's Xiao Sun. She can be promoted to an assistant anytime. Once she's promoted to an assistant, she can propose a condition to the poison pavilion that's not too much. There was once an assistant who proposed to expel an apprentice, but the poison pavilion did it without a second thought. If Xiao Sun successfully promoted to an assistant and requested to expel an apprentice, wouldn't I be done for? This is the power of power. Chapter 35. Sister, you have to help me. I'm being bullied, sob. In the apprentice building, Xiao Chunyang pleaded pitifully to Xiao Sun, who was learning new herbs. When he thought of Xiaoyang's appearance, he got angry. Xiao Chunyang thought about it. No matter what, he had to get his sister, Xiao Sun, to kick him out of the poisonous medicine pavilion. Now he was acting pitiful, as if he had suffered tons of injuries, as if he would rather die than live. However, the cold-faced Xiao Sun didn't pay any attention to him. She had seen Xiao Chunyang's situation many times. She was already used to it and was numb to it. Moreover, Xiao Chunyang was her younger brother. Didn't Xiao Sun know his character very well? However, no matter what, they were siblings. Blood was thicker than water. That was why Xiao Sun helped him a few times. She advised Xiao Chunyang to study hard every time. However, this bastard bullied the newcomers every day. She was extremely disappointed. Get lost. Don't make a fuss here. I don't have the time to care about your damn business. Xiao Sun scolded him. Her face was cold as she reprimanded him sternly. Who asked him to be so immature at such an age? Sister, my good sister, please help me. This is the last time. I will definitely study hard in the future. Recently, I have learned an additional 500,000 types of medicinal herbs. I am making progress. Xiao Chunyang begged with a face full of pleading, shamelessly staying there. All right, get out of here. You're forming a clique here for personal gain. You're cheating the newcomers. Do you think I don't know? Moreover, your cultivation isn't weak. Who can bully you? Xiao Sun was very angry. Why did she have such a disappointing brother? If she didn't protect him, with Xiao Chunyang's character, he would have been kicked out of the poisonous medicine pavilion long ago. It's Xiaoyang, a newcomer, relying on his powerful cultivation. He didn't put me in his eyes and even humiliated me. Sister, you have to help me. Xiao Chunyang immediately defended Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang? Xiao Sun was stunned. A long time ago, she had also heard of the great name of this proud son of heaven. However, later on he became a nobody. She did not expect that he would enter the poison medicine pavilion. Previously, it was rumored that Xiao Yang had been killed and his cultivation had fallen to the martial disciple realm. It was impossible for him to rise again. However, how did he enter the poison medicine pavilion? How did he defeat Xiao Chunyang and Xiao Hozi, who were both rank 6 warriors? This made Xiao Sun curious. However, no matter what, since this person was so arrogant and overbearing as soon as he came in, he should be taught a lesson. All right, I'll be there in 3 days. You should restrain yourself. Don't do those useless things all the time. Your own ability is your own ability. Xiao Sun helplessly exhorted. After all, this was her younger brother. What could she do? Yes. Don't worry. I'll be careful. I'll go back to study first. After Xiao Chunyang got the promise, he immediately left. As for learning, whoever wanted to go to that place could go. In any case, he would not go. In these 3 days, Xiao Dalai had been very careful. He was afraid that the people from the student union would come and find trouble. He was also afraid that Xiao Sun, the number 1 on the apprentice ranking list, would come and seek revenge. On the contrary, Xiao Yang was calm and composed, as if nothing had happened. His days were very quiet, and he would occasionally read the medicinal herb scrolls. He had already memorized these medicinal herb scrolls, and he was just waiting for the Linglong Tower to open. The Linglong Tower opened once a month. When it opened, it was the time for the apprentices to take the exam. Those who entered the Linglong Tower for the exam, their names and results would be recorded on the stone tablet outside. Today was the day the Linglong Tower opened. Xiao Yang was already prepared. Big brother Xiao Yang, let's go to the Linglong Tower to take a look. We can learn from it and prepare for the next exam. Xiao Dalai smiled and looked at Xiao Yang. He did not have any hope for the exam this time and did not plan to take the exam. He only wanted to see the actual exam scene. However, he was afraid of meeting the people from the student union, so he planned to bring Xiao Yang along. Xiao Yang had the same intention. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." As soon as the 2 of them walked out of the room, they met a cold lady. This cold lady was wearing a white dress, her long hair draped over her shoulders. She had an icy temperament, but her appearance was like a fairy. She was a national beauty and attracted many people. Soon, someone cried out in surprise, "Oh my God, it's the number 1 on the apprentice ranking list, Xiao Sun Yeah, what is the goddess doing here? This is the place where the new apprentices stay. Don't you know? I heard that the newcomer Xiao Yang offended the student unions, Xiao Chunyang. See, the student union brought out this backer. Oh my God, that Xiao Yang is dead for sure. He could have offended anyone, but he chose to offend the student union. Who doesn't know that the student union is under Xiao Sun's protection? Not only is Xiao Sun knowledgeable, but her cultivation is also very powerful. This time that Xiao Yang is dead for sure. One after another, Xiao Yang finally understood who this lady was. She was here to pick a fight. He then looked at Xiao Dalai. Oh my God, he's too useless. His face was pale, his body was trembling, and his eyes were rolling back. He originally wanted to ask him some information, but seeing his lips trembling, he decided not to. Xiao Yang, let's see where you can run to this time. How dare you offend us? I'll make sure you suffer. Xiao Chunyang and Xiao Hozi walked over from afar. When they heard that Xiao Sun was here, they hurried over. They wanted to see the scene of Xiao Yang being defeated, so that they could take the opportunity to hit him when he was down and get back at him. Xiao Dalai was so scared that his face turned pale. His legs went soft, and he fainted on the ground. It was unknown if he was faking it, but the surrounding apprentices were all laughing. This made Xiao Yang feel a little embarrassed. He distanced himself and pretended that he didn't know him. You're Xiao Yang? Xiao Sun's cold eyes swept over, and her sharp gaze stopped on Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was in a hurry to go to the Linglong Tower to participate in the exam, so he didn't bother with this matter. He calmly said, I am Xiaoyang. Little sister, do you have any advice for me? Little sister? Xiao Sun was a little stunned. She frowned slightly. It's good that it's you. Apologize to my little brother, and this matter will be over. How about it? Xiao Sun felt that the other party was gentle and polite, and wasn't a fierce and violent person. So, she decided to just punish him a little. It could also be considered as an explanation to her little brother, Xiao Chunyang. Naturally, Xiaoyang knew that the little brother she was referring to was Xiao Chunyang. It was just that he never thought of apologizing. Xiao Chunyang formed cliques and gangs among the apprentices to cheat the new apprentices. This is something that everyone knows. It's fine if you don't teach Xiao Chunyang well, but you even helped him. What qualifications do you have to make me apologize? Chapter 36. Xiaoyang questioned her. As an elder sister, she had the responsibility and obligation to teach. In front of everyone, even if Xiao Sun was wrong, she was still a person who loved her face and honor. Her good image as a goddess could not be blasphemed and attacked. She angrily said, Xiaoyang, you have guts. As a believer, what's wrong with an old apprentice teaching you some knowledge? Instead, you are so arrogant and savage. Today, I have to teach you a lesson. 1 foot of ice. Xiao Sun shouted as her slender hands formed seals. In an instant, she pointed towards Xiaoyang's direction. An extremely cold aura shot out like a poisonous snake. Xiaoyang's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He dodged in an instant. Just as he left, an area of 1 foot around his original position was covered by a layer of ice. It was completely frozen. Your martial skill is not bad, but it's wrong to use it to help the tyrant. Firmament palm. Following Xiaoyang's quick move, a 10-foot-long mountain suddenly condensed. Bang! Xiao Sun's body was hit. Her expression changed as she hurriedly summoned a defensive treasure to defend herself. Then she quickly retreated. She retreated 100 feet away and looked at the defensive treasure. It was actually broken. It could be seen how powerful Xiaoyang's combat power was. She, a 7th rank warrior, couldn't even take advantage of him. Xiaoyang, so what if your cultivation is powerful? I will let you know that in the poison medicine pavilion, the test is the most important. As long as I am promoted to assistant, I will immediately ask the poison medicine pavilion to expel you. Just you wait. Xiao Sun turned and left, heading towards the Linglong Pagoda. Today was the first day of this month's test. Her original intention was to take the test and deal with Xiaoyang. She did not expect Xiaoyang to be so difficult to deal with. But so what? Once she is promoted to assistant, she can put forward her conditions and expel Xiaoyang. Martial artist, just you wait. Brute, just you wait. Xiao Chunyang, Xiao Hozi, and the rest of the student union also left after saying some harsh words. The other apprentices all shook their heads and sighed. This Xiaoyang is finished. He actually dared to offend Xiao Sun in public. This time, Xiao Sun will definitely be promoted to assistant. This Xiaoyang is finished. Looks like the study union's waters run deep. We can't afford to offend them. Let's be more careful in the future. Everyone slowly left. They were also heading towards the Linglong Pagoda. Some went to take the test, while others went to observe. Xiaoyang was also preparing to take the test. He had been waiting impatiently for this day. Xiao Dalai also woke up. He hurriedly chased after Xiaoyang and said, Big brother Xiaoyang, let's go. I'll bring you there. When they arrived at the Twinkle Gem Tower, they could see that there were already thousands of apprentices gathered here. This time, there were more than 100 people entering the Linglong Pagoda to participate in the examination. Xiao Sun had already entered the Linglong Pagoda. The 3 words engraved on the stone tablet were lit up. Immediately, someone cried out in surprise. Look, Xiao Sun went in. In a short period of time, she recognized another 100,000 medicinal herbs. Many people were shocked. The number of medicinal herbs recognized was recorded behind the names on the stone tablet. It was clear at a glance. Xiao Chunyang, Xiao Hozi, and the other apprentices entered the Linglong Pagoda one after another. However, their rankings were below the 600th place, so no one looked at them. Hey, big brother Xiaoyang, where are you going? Are you crazy? We've only been here for 3 days. How much medicinal knowledge have we learned? Are you going to participate in the examination? Aren't you looking for humiliation? Xiao Dalai looked nervously at Xiaoyang and asked in disbelief. This Xiaoyang was too bold. Wouldn't this be a joke to all the apprentices? Because Xiao Sun had caused trouble for Xiaoyang, most of them now knew Xiaoyang. They watched as Xiaoyang walked towards the Linglong Pagoda and mocked him. Look, isn't that Xiaoyang who offended Xiao Sun? Oh my God, what is he doing? Is he going to participate in the examination too? Oh my God. He's only been here for 3 days. How much knowledge has he learned? He's actually going to take the examination too. What a joke. That's right. We've been learning for a whole month. We don't even have the confidence to take the examination now. He's definitely here to be a joke. When Xiao Dalai heard the crowd discussing Xiaoyang, he felt so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. The Linglong Pagoda had a total of 9 floors. Xiaoyang took out the identity token that symbolized his apprentice status and successfully entered the Linglong Pagoda. The first floor required one to identify 1,000,000 medicinal herbs to pass. Xiao Hozi was on this floor, and there were many others on this floor as well. When everyone entered, a ball of light would appear at random. This ball of light was the test paper. At this moment, everyone on the first floor had their eyes closed, concentrating on sensing the ball of light. Xiaoyang followed suit and closed his eyes to sense the light ball in front of him. Soon, he saw millions of medicinal herbs from the light ball. Millions of medicinal herbs might seem like a lot, but that was only for those who didn't have enough storage. For someone like Xiaoyang, who had a storage of trillions, these millions of medicinal herbs were simply child's play. The light ball was originally dim. Every time you identified a medicinal herb, it would light up a little. Xiaoyang's divine sense swept out and identified the millions of medicinal herbs in an instant. His light ball immediately released a sun-like light, illuminating the entire first floor. This sudden change attracted everyone's attention. Xiaoyang identified 1,000,000 medicinal herbs pass. As Xiaoyang opened his eyes, the Linglong Pagoda emitted an ancient voice, announcing that Xiaoyang had passed. Originally, many of the examinees were confused as they didn't know who lit up the light ball. Now that they heard the voice, their faces were filled with shock. Their eyes widened as they looked at Xiaoyang. Oh my God, is this guy a monster? He passed the first floor's examination so quickly. He's only been in the poisonous medicine pavilion for 3 days. Xiao Chunyang was trembling. His eyes were filled with fear. He had already noticed Xiaoyang the moment he entered, but he didn't think much of it. He thought that the other party was here to be funny and looked down on him. He had been on the first floor for a whole year and still couldn't pass. This Xiaoyang was just a newcomer. How could it be possible? However, at this moment, he was shocked to the point of no return. His heart was also suffering a huge blow. He was considered a senior in the poisonous medicine pavilion, but in the end he was inferior to Xiaoyang in every aspect. Whether it was cultivation, battle prowess, or identifying medicinal herbs, he was defeated. He was furious and glared at Xiaoyang angrily. However, Xiaoyang didn't care at all. He ignored him and walked straight up to the second floor. Sounds of exclamations and discussions could be heard. Wow, he's Xiaoyang. That's amazing. So handsome. Chapter 37. Xiaoyang stepped onto the second floor. The situation on this floor was similar to the first floor. There were also assessment light balls. There were 100 types of herbs in these light balls, and the examinee had to identify them carefully. To Xiaoyang, this Twinkle Gem Pagoda was like an extremely simple tool. He could pass the level anytime he wanted. Xiaoyang, who was determined to be an alchemist, was determined to pass the level. Once he passed the Twinkle Gem Pagoda's level, he could be an assistant. This way, Xiao Sun could forget about finding trouble with him. He faced the light ball and released his mental power. He identified the millions of herbs one by one. In less than a breath's time, he passed the level again. It was the same for the second and third floors. When he reached the fourth floor, he met an acquaintance. The reason why he called it an acquaintance was because they knew each other through the joint. This person was Xiao Chunyang. Although Xiao Chunyang was a little exaggerated and playful, his talent was not low. He could already identify 3,780,000 types of herbs and was ranked second among the apprentices. This was why the Poison Pavilion turned a blind eye to his establishment of the study union. No one wanted to offend such a potential seed. Moreover, his sister, Xiao Sun was also quite impressive. Xiao Sun also saw that Xiao Chunyang was extraordinarily talented and had great comprehension, so she indulged him time and time again. As long as Xiao Chunyang identified another 210,000 types of herbs, he could break through the fourth floor and go up to the fifth floor. At this moment, he was the only one in the entire fourth floor. All of his concentration was focused on the light ball in front of him. However, he seemed to be struggling. His brows were tightly knitted, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His hands were clenched tightly as if he had encountered an unknown herb and was trying hard to identify it. Xiao Yang quietly stepped onto this floor. He glanced at Xiao Chunyang and did not plan to pay attention to him. They had already agreed to mind their own business. Now that everyone was here for the assessment, there was no need to make a fuss. He chose a light ball. His mental power spread out again, and he easily identified the millions of herbs in the light ball. The Twinkle Gem Pagoda's ancient voice sounded again. Examinee Xiaoyang has passed. Please proceed to the fifth floor. This was too simple, like child's play. Xiaoyang didn't take it to heart at all. He turned around and walked towards the fifth floor. As long as he passed the fifth floor's examination, he would be promoted to assistant. This was also the goal that Xiao Sun was working hard to achieve. As long as he became an assistant, he would be able to make a request to the Poison Pavilion that wasn't too excessive. Xiaoyang? Xiaoyang had just taken 2 steps when he heard someone calling him from behind. There were only 2 people on this floor, so he didn't need to think to know who it was. It's you? It's really you? Xiao Chunyang's eyes widened in disbelief. At first, he thought that he had mistaken the person for someone else, but after a few rounds of checking, he was certain that the person in front of him was Xiaoyang. He never would have thought that Xiaoyang would actually appear here. After all, among all the apprentices in the Poison Pavilion, only he and Xiao Sun could come here. How could a newcomer who had only entered the Poison Medicine Pavilion for 3 days come here? Bastard! How did a newbie like you get here? Did you cheat? I'm going to report you. Xiao Chunyang immediately roared out. From his point of view, Xiaoyang didn't have the strength to stand here, so he must have cheated. Moreover, he was jealous, so jealous that he wanted to die. He had been in the Poison Medicine Pavilion for more than 2 years, and only then did he reach this step. This Xiaoyang, on the other hand, had only entered the Poison Medicine Pavilion for a few days, but he had already reached his level. How could he, a genius, tolerate this? Looking at the direction that Xiaoyang was walking, it was actually the 5th floor. Heavens, he actually wanted to go up to the 5th floor. He knew that Xiao Sun was taking the examination on the 5th floor. How could he let Xiao Chunying go up and disturb Xiao Sun so easily? He coldly snorted and said, Xiaoyang, stop right there. Explain to me how you got here. All the apprentices who entered the Twinkle Gem Tower for the examination knew that only those who had gone through the examinations below could go up floor by floor. From his point of view, it was completely impossible for Xiaoyang to pass through the levels one by one. Looking at how long it had been since the Twinkle Gem Tower opened, it was less than 100 breaths. In less than 100 breaths of time, even the prodigy Xiao Sun would not be able to reach here in such a short period of time. This damned Xiaoyang must have cheated. Aren't you noisy? If you want to report, go to the elders. You want me to explain? You have to be qualified. Xiaoyang was expressionless as he coldly snorted. This Xiao Chunyang was looking for trouble with him every 2 to 3 days. He was really tired of living. If this wasn't the Twinkle Gem Tower, and if he didn't have to take the examination, he would definitely teach this guy a lesson. Xiao Chunyang's face was incomparably ashen as he gloomily stared at Xiaoyang. Seeing that Xiaoyang was about to step onto the 5th floor, he lightly snorted and immediately used his movement technique, wanting to catch Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang frowned and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He immediately sped up and instantly stepped onto the 5th floor. Xiao Chunyang was very unwilling to give up. With a ruthless expression, he suddenly sped up, wanting to step onto the 5th floor as well. However, the moment he was about to step into the 5th floor, the defensive formation on the 5th floor of the Twinkle Gem Tower was instantly activated. A ray of magic light suddenly condensed and suddenly attacked Xiao Chunyang. Puff! Xiao Chunyang's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. However, his speed still couldn't compare to the power of the formation. His body was hit and he was directly thrown out of the Twinkle Gem Tower. After he was thrown out of the Twinkle Gem Tower, his body was also injured by the power of the formation. He couldn't help but cry out and spit out blood. Outside the Twinkle Gem Tower, there was a complete uproar. One by one, there was an uproar. Their faces were filled with shock, and their eyes were filled with shock. This was because an inconspicuous name on the stone tablet had risen from the last place to the 2nd place in just a few dozen breaths. Even Xiao Chunyang's ranking had been pushed down. It was truly terrifying. Some sharp-eyed people had been paying attention since the beginning when they mocked Xiaoyang for being in the last place. Therefore, when Xiaoyang surpassed him, they went from ridicule to shock, then seriousness, and finally shock. There were also some people who had been paying attention since Xiaoyang broke through to the 10th place. They all thought that Xiaoyang would at most be able to enter the top 5. However, Xiaoyang had broken their imagination and understanding time and time again. This Xiaoyang is too awesome. Who exactly is this person? He's actually so monstrous. Xiaoyang. This name is very familiar. Didn't he offend Xiaoyang from the study union? It seems like Xiao Sun personally went to find trouble with him. How did he appear here? I've never heard of Xiaoyang before. I didn't expect him to amaze everyone here. Xiao Chunyang listened to the discussions around him and felt that his entire person was in a terrible mood. He originally thought that Xiaoyang had just stepped on dogshit luck and cheated. Now, it seemed that the other party was indeed capable. Chapter 38. Amidst the noisy scene, some people began to notice Xiao Chunyang. Isn't this Xiao Chunyang? Why are you injured? Oh my God, you were the one who was thrown out of the exquisite pagoda? Damn, is there a need to be so crazy? Xiao Chunyang is ranked 2nd in the assessment. How did he get thrown out? Oh, right, Xiao Chunyang. You didn't meet Xiaoyang just now, did you? He pushed you down the rankings. The discussions reached Xiao Chunyang's ears, which put him in a very awkward position. After all, being thrown out of the exquisite pagoda was a disgraceful thing in itself. Moreover, it was because of Xiaoyang that he was thrown out on impulse. He transferred all his resentment to Xiaoyang. Looking at the ranking on the stone tablet, he had fallen to 3rd place. This made Xiao Chunyang, who always cherished his face and reputation, almost vomit blood. He stared fiercely at Xiaoyang's name and clenched his fists. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang, how could he be so embarrassed? The test on the 5th floor was still ongoing. Xiao Sun'er's identification of medicinal herbs soared from 5 million to 9 million at an astonishing speed. If she continued at this speed, she would be able to identify all the medicinal herbs in less than 10 breaths of time and be promoted to the assistant position. At this moment, the sensitive her suddenly sensed that someone was coming. She was very surprised and thought to herself, Could it be that my brother Xiao Chunying is here? One had to know that among the apprentices of the poisonous medicine pavilion, only Xiao Chunying could barely catch up to her. She looked a little excited. If her brother was successful, she would also be happy for Xiao Chunying. Xiao Suner could not help but pause the test and shift her attention to the person who came. When she saw that it was Xiaoyang, she could not help but be stunned. She cried out in disbelief, "Xiaoyang, it's you? How is this possible?" She widened her beautiful eyes, which were filled with shock. No matter what, she could not imagine that the person who appeared here was actually Xiaoyang. It was too unbelievable. According to what she knew, this Xiaoyang had only entered the poison medicine pavilion for less than 3 days, okay? She even suspected that something was wrong with the exquisite pagoda today. Otherwise, how could Xiaoyang appear here? This exquisite pagoda doesn't belong to you alone. Why can't I appear here? Xiaoyang said coldly. He was somewhat disgusted by Xiao Chunying and Xiao Suner. Humph, what are you pretending for? You'll be in trouble if you make a fool of yourself later. You're a hypocrite. I'll definitely report you to the elders. Xiao Suner's expression was gloomy, and her face was as cold as frost. She wanted to see what abilities this Xiaoyang had. She wanted to see how he had cheated to pass the test. She wanted to seize the evidence and report it. No matter who it was, ever since the establishment of the exquisite tower, no one had ever been able to reach here in such a short period of time. Other than cheating, there was no other explanation. Xiaoyang could not be bothered with her. He turned around and chose one of the light balls. His divine sense spread out and began to identify it. For Xiaoyang, who had mastered trillions of medicinal herbs, identifying a mere 1,000,000 medicinal herbs was like a grain of sand in the sea. He could easily overturn it. In less than 10 breaths of time, the exquisite pagoda once again sent the news that Xiaoyang had passed. This time, Xiao Sun was completely unsettled. Her expression was incomparably flustered. She could not care too much and hurriedly participated in the test. She wanted to maintain her first place. After Xiaoyang passed the test, he did not go to the 6th floor. His goal was very simple. He wanted to become an alchemist and then receive a high-grade yellow-rank poison pill. If possible, he wanted to take the opportunity to collect some poison-attribute medicinal herbs from the poison medicine pavilion or refine his own poison pills. He was not interested in the 6th floor and above. Outside the exquisite pagoda, there was a complete uproar. Heavens, my goodness! This Xiaoyang is too heaven-defying. Even the first place, Xiao Sun, was defeated by him. He actually identified 5,000,000 medicinal herbs without any mistakes. I can't help but be envious. Comparisons are odious. With this result, he can be promoted to assistant. A newcomer who entered the poison medicine pavilion for less than 3 days was directly promoted to assistant. How can we, who have been here for 2 to 3 years, endure this? Xiao Chunying widened his eyes as he looked at the change in the ranking on the stone tablet. He then looked at Xiaoyang, who walked out of the exquisite pagoda. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his neck swelled up. He clenched his fists and shouted with force. This Xiaoyang definitely cheated. Otherwise, how could he surpass Xiao Sun and break through the 5th floor of the exquisite pagoda? Don't you think so? He said fiercely, gritting his teeth. It was one thing for this guy to surpass him, but he definitely could not allow him to surpass his sister. Therefore, he had to think of a way to suppress Xiaoyang. As Xiao Chunying's lackey, Xiao Hozi also hurriedly echoed. That's right, this Xiaoyang definitely cheated. Think about it, who could do what he did? Other than cheating, what other explanation could there be? He also hated Xiaoyang to the core. Not to mention that Xiaoyang injured him before, he was also looked down upon in the exquisite pagoda. This made him extremely angry. The other people who belonged to the study union also began to pour dirty water. As a result, many people began to doubt Xiaoyang's results and voice their doubts. Xiao Daliai's breathing was heavy. He felt that the things he experienced this morning were more exciting and complicated than the things he had experienced in half his life. First, Xiaoyang, who entered at the same time as him, participated in the assessment. Then, Xiaoyang entered the top 10, top 5, and even defeated Xiao Chanyang, who was ranked second. In the end, he actually won first place. Even the famous Xiao Siner was pushed down. This was simply unbelievable. As a friend, of course, he should celebrate and be excited. With his relationship with Xiaoyang, his reputation would definitely rise. However, after hearing Xiao Chanyang, Xiao Hozi, and the other slander, he was extremely angry and kept testifying for Xiaoyang. However, there were too many people. In addition, he was not that confident in Xiaoyang's results, so he could only endure the humiliation and listen to Xiao Chanyang and the others' doubts and slander. Who's making a ruckus here? A dignified figure slowly floated down from the top of the exquisite pagoda. In the end, he stood in the void and asked. He was very powerful. His voice was not loud, but it lingered in everyone's ears and entered everyone's mind. Everyone could not help but be stunned. Then they all looked at the old man standing in the void. Greetings, exam elder. This person was the exam elder who guarded the exquisite pagoda. Usually he was obsessed with cultivation. If there was nothing particularly important, he would not come out of seclusion. However, today was the busiest day in 3 years. Even he could not sit still. Chapter 39. Humph, Xiaoyang. Let's see if you can survive this time. Xiao Chanyang thought proudly. Looking at the majestic silhouette of the invigilating elder, he hurriedly took a few steps forward and shouted at the invigilating elder in the air, Most honorable elder, I want to report that Xiaoyang cheated in the exam. All of us can bear witness to this. Therefore, there is an uproar. Please forgive us for disturbing you. The exam elder frowned slightly. Just now, when he heard the discussion of the crowd, he was familiar with Xiaoyang's name. Who is Xiaoyang? Come out and speak. He looked around with a dignified gaze as he spoke, releasing the pressure of a 5th-level martial master. Everyone present kept quiet out of fear, not daring to breathe too loudly. This was the pressure of a strong cultivator. As long as he wanted to, he could seriously injure them with just a glance. Xiaoyang greets the exam elder. Xiaoyang said calmly, neither servile nor overbearing. Xiao Chanyang said you cheated. What do you have to say? The exam elder asked. Xiaoyang frowned and said coldly, The Linglong Pagoda can naturally distinguish whether I cheated or not. The exam elder can also refer to the exam records. I have a clear conscience. Xiaoyang, how dare you quibble in front of the exam elder? Don't you know how to cherish the opportunity to repent? Xiao Chanyang immediately shouted and scolded Xiaoyang. Let me ask you, have you only been in the poison pavilion for 3 days? Xiao Chanyang asked coldly. Xiaoyang did not want to answer, but because of the strength of a 5th-order martial master, he decided to compromise. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Yes. Hearing this answer, the exam elder frowned again. He had only been in the poison pavilion for 3 days. How could he have broken through the 5th floor of the Linglong Pagoda? Very well, let me ask you, from the time the Linglong Pagoda opened to the time you broke through the 5th floor, did it not take 120 breaths? Xiao Chanyang asked sternly and stared at Xiaoyang with sharp eyes. Yes, Xiaoyang replied calmly. This made the exam elder even more dissatisfied. One had to know that in order to break through the 5th floor of the Linglong Pagoda, one needed to grasp the information of 5 million medicinal herbs. How could a new apprentice grasp so much medicinal herb knowledge in just 3 days? Moreover, even though he had grasped so much knowledge during the light orb assessment, he still needed a large amount of divine sense and mental strength to break through so quickly. This boy was only a martial artist, so how could he have such powerful mental strength? These things were worthy of consideration and doubt. Elder, you heard it too. Do you think a new apprentice can identify 5 million herbs in such a short time? I, Xiao Chenyang, who is ranked second, and my sister, Xiao Sun-er, who is ranked first, admit that we can't do it. Xiao Chenyang added more medicine to the exam elder. The exam elder coldly snorted. His powerful cultivation instantly locked onto Xiaoyang. His imposing aura soared as he questioned, "Xiaoyang, do you know your crime?" Ordinary people would not be able to withstand this pressure. Just look at Xiao Dalai, who was beside Xiaoyang. At this moment, he could not control himself and knelt on the ground with a pale face. He wanted to speak, but he did not have the strength to. This was because he was the closest to Xiaoyang and wanted to help Xiaoyang. Because of this, he also had to bear the pressure of the exam elder. "I don't know," Xiaoyang coldly said. At this moment, he was bearing the pressure of the exam elder. It was also difficult for him to bear. Fortunately, Flamingo, which was comparable to a martial ancestor, could help him resist the pressure. The exam elder frowned again. He felt that Xiaoyang was not simple. No one present could withstand his pressure. Even Xiao Qin, who was a martial master, could not do so. However, Xiaoyang was neither servile nor overbearing. "You have guts. Xiaoyang, you dare to disobey my authority. You are greedy for fame and fortune. You use cheating methods to force your way into the exquisite pagoda. You have provoked the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. You still dare not repent? Do you believe that I won't grind your bones to dust and clean up the family?" Xiaoyang coldly smiled. Not only was he not afraid, he even sneered and ridiculed. A dignified exam elder actually believes the words of a single person. Why don't you look at the exam records? Why don't you ask the spirit of the exquisite pagoda? Bullying the weak and wrongly accusing a small disciple like me. What kind of ability is that? What? Everyone present was shocked. Even the exam elder was shocked. He looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. This Xiaoyang was really bold. He dared to speak to the exam elder like this. He had no respect for his elders. As a dignified elder, being questioned and ridiculed like this, the anger in his heart burned vigorously. He fiercely glanced at Xiaoyang and coldly snorted, "Just you wait. I will let you die a horrible death." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and instantly flew into the exquisite pagoda. He was going to personally collect evidence. Everyone who was waiting distanced themselves from Xiaoyang. They were afraid that they would be implicated because of Xiaoyang's matter, regardless of whether the exam elder could collect evidence or not. With Xiaoyang's disrespectful temperament, he must have offended the exam elder. Only Xiao Dalai stayed behind with a pale face. He looked at Xiaoyang and said, "Brother Xiaoyang, don't be afraid. Even if you die, I will accompany you." Although Xiao Dalai didn't have much ability and was very timid, there was nothing to say about his loyalty. Xiaoyang only smiled and didn't take it to heart. He wasn't afraid of the exam elder, but it wasn't the right time to go head-to-head with him. "Xiaoyang, you're dead this time. I gave you a chance to join the study union, but you rejected it. This is your outcome." Xiao Chunyang sneered and looked at Xiaoyang mockingly. Offending people from the study union never ends well, especially those who offend me. So what if you really pass the exam? You still can't escape misfortune. Xiao Chunyang was arrogant. Even Xiao Hozi was mocking him. In a short while, the exam elder returned to his previous position with a gloomy face. His body was filled with murderous aura. He was extremely angry and infuriated. Xiao Chunyang observed his expression and hurriedly said, "Exam elder, the facts have proven that Xiaoyang is cheating. How do you want me to punish him? I will definitely carry it out to the end." He couldn't wait to torture Xiaoyang to death. Of course, he had to seize this opportunity to intimidate others. That way, no one would dare to offend him in the future. After all, he was the exam elder's helper. Xiao Dalai's face changed drastically. He thought to himself, "It's over." Even the others knew that Xiaoyang was done for after seeing the stern look on the invigilating elder's face. Unexpectedly, the exam elder slapped Xiao Chunyang. Xiao Chunyang cried out and spat out a mouthful of blood. He lay on the ground with fear in his eyes. He said in a panic, "Exam elder, are you mistaken? He is Xiaoyang." "Mistaken? Do you think I'm blind?" Chapter 40. Xiao Chunyang, how dare you tease me? You're so jealous, so petty, and so narrow-minded. You couldn't bear to see Xiaoyang being more powerful than you, so you insisted on accusing Xiaoyang of cheating and deceiving me. You almost caused me to accuse a virtuous person and help a tyrant. How dare you? The invigilating elder yelled and pointed his finger. A finger gleam appeared out of thin air and penetrated Xiao Chunyang's body. Ah! Xiao Chunyang shrieked in agony. His entire body was twitching and trembling while blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. It was clear that the invigilating elder's punishment was severe. However, the invigilating elder treated it coldly and did not care at all. Such a punishment was considered light. If it were not for Xiaoyang daring to question him, if he did not ask the Linglong Tower's weapon spirit personally, if he did not get scolded by the weapon spirit, he would have definitely committed a huge mistake and his reputation would have been ruined by Xiao Chunyang. The invigilating elder was infuriated when he thought of that. He wished he could kill Xiao Chunyang. However, he did not kill him when he recalled that Xiao Chunyang was still a moldable talent. Xiao Hozi and the rest of the Learning Union wanted to seize the opportunity to leave when they saw that the situation was bad. However, before they could take a step, the invigilating elder grabbed them. "Monkey Xiao, you didn't do anything good. Instead, you followed Xiao Chunyang's lead and colluded with him. You're in cahoots with a tiger and helping a tyrant. You still want to leave?" Xiao Hozi slammed onto the ground with all 4 limbs and stopped moving. His cultivation had been crippled by the invigilating elder. If it were not for Xiao Hozi, who took the opportunity to create an atmosphere and collude with Xiao Chunyang to do evil, how could he have led the public opinion? It was all the Learning Union's fault. However, there were many apprentices in the Learning Union, and the law could not punish everyone. Mainly, the 2 leaders were evil, so it was important to punish them as an example. Seeing that Xiao Hozi had fainted, the invigilating elder immediately announced, "The Learning Union will be disbanded immediately. When I hear anyone who dares to call themselves a member of the Learning Union, I'll definitely invite them for tea personally." All the members of the Learning Union crushed the identity badge in their hands. They left the Learning Union immediately as they did not dare to be targeted by the invigilating elder. Not everyone was as bold as Xiaoyang. After the Learning League was disbanded, many apprentices secretly heaved a sigh of relief. There were also people who shouted, "Exam elder, the study union once bullied the weak with their numbers. They squeezed 100,000 gold coins out of us. Can we take it back? There's such a thing." The invigilating elder glared at Xiao Chunyang, who was half dead on the ground. At this moment, Xiao Chunyang was scared out of his wits. He was as silent as a cicada in winter. His face turned pale and was devoid of color. "Elder, I know my mistake. I will return the gold coins immediately and apologize in person. I hope that elder can give me a chance to repent." Xiao Chunyang pitifully begged for forgiveness. He had already done this to Xiao Sun too many times. He was already very familiar with it. Humph! The invigilating elder snorted and did not say anything else. "Xiaoyang, are you satisfied now?" The exam elder asked calmly. He was previously questioned by Xiaoyang and was very angry. However, he knew that he was in the wrong first, so he did not blame Xiaoyang. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to be nice to Xiaoyang. Xiao Daily hurriedly signaled Xiaoyang to relax and not be afraid of offending others. Xiaoyang acted as if he did not see it and said calmly, "What's there to be satisfied about? I'm a good person. Don't find trouble with me and don't waste my time." Hearing that, The invigilating elder's face turned a little ugly. A dignified invigilating elder did not even say that his cultivation time was precious. A little disciple like you actually dared to boast so shamelessly. However, the invigilating elder did not say anything. After all, he was in the wrong first. Xiao Yang continued, "Now that it has been confirmed that I have passed the 5th floor of the exquisite pagoda and identified 5 million medicinal herbs, can I be promoted to assistant?" The invigilating elder snorted and waved his hand, crushing Xiao Yang's apprentice token. Then he personally gave him a token and said, "This is the assistant token. Take it and leave." Just as everyone was about to leave, suddenly, a delicate figure flew out from the exquisite pagoda. It was Xiao Sun. After such a long time of struggle, she had finally broken through the 5th floor of the exquisite pagoda. Now that she came out, she wanted to find Xiao Yang to spar and settle the score. When she came out of the exquisite pagoda, she saw Xiao Yang, who was vomiting blood and was on the verge of death on the ground. Her beautiful face changed drastically. Her eyes were filled with coldness as she scanned the surroundings and quickly locked onto Xiao Yang. "Xiao Yang, did you do this?" She was enraged, and a wave of killing intent was released from her body. Xiao Hozi slowly woke up with a face full of hatred and resentment. He transferred all of his resentment to Xiao Yang and hurriedly said, "Sister Sun, it's all Xiao Yang's fault. You have to take revenge for us. The study union has also been disbanded. It's all Xiao Yang's fault. You're simply pestering endlessly. You clearly brought this upon yourselves. Not only did you not change your ways, you even took an inch and wanted a mile. You keep making mistakes. Be careful." Xiao Dalai shouted, wanting to protect Xiao Yang. "Shut up." However, before he could finish his words, Xiao Sun interrupted him. She suddenly stood up and locked onto Xiao Yang. She looked like she was going to fight Xiao Yang to the death. Xiao Yang was not afraid at all. He had always been disgusted with this kind of big-breasted but brainless person. "You can't beat me, so save it," Xiao Yang said sarcastically. "You." Xiao Sun was furious. She snorted and said, "Xiao Yang, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." He suddenly shouted at the Twinkle Gem Pagoda, "Exam Elder, my daughter Xiao Sun has broken through to the 5th floor of the Twinkle Gem Pagoda. Please come out and meet me." Usually, breaking through to the 5th floor would give one the status of an assistant. One could also meet the exam elder. Of course, this was under the condition that one requested it. The exam elder's expression was a little dissatisfied, but he did not say anything. After all, this was the family's rule. His figure once again appeared in midair and skillfully sent the assistant's identity token to Xiao Sun. After doing this, he was about to leave. Xiao Sun hurriedly shouted, "Exam Elder, examinees who have broken through to assistant can all have a small request. My request is to expel Xiao Yang, this scourge, from the Poison Medicine Pavilion so that he won't harm the Poison Medicine Pavilion." "Oh." The exam elder raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Sun, with an uncertain expression. "Look, under everyone's eyes, he seriously injured me, Xiao Chunyang and Xiao Hozi. He doesn't care about the feelings of the same clan. How can such a heartless and cold-blooded person stay in the Poison Medicine Pavilion?" Xiao Sun pointed at Xiao Chunyang and explained. Chapter 41. Everyone looked at Xiao Sun, as if they were looking at a dead person. "I was the one who hit him," the exam elder shouted with a pale face. Xiao Sun, questioning Xiao Yang, was also indirectly questioning herself. What? How could this be? In that instant, Xiao Sun was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe what was happening in front of her eyes. Heavens, what happened? She actually dared to question an elder. She felt that her life was full of darkness. This was the beginning of her end. Everything was different from what she had imagined. Disciple doesn't dare. Disciple has offended you. Elder, please forgive me. Xiao Chunyang and Xiao Hoho have done many evil deeds. They deserve their punishment. Xiao Sun quickly changed the situation and avoided this matter. The exam elder coldly snorted. Seeing that Xiao Sun had just broken through the 5th floor, he didn't want to argue. He turned around and wanted to leave. However, he was stopped by Xiao Sun. Elder, it is true that they deserve their punishment. However, Xiaoyang is also not a good person. He used cheating methods to break through the 5th floor of the Linglong Pagoda. He should be severely punished. Xiao Sun once again pointed her spear at Xiaoyang. As for Xiaoyang surpassing her, she still couldn't believe it. Looking at the ranking on the stone tablet, Xiaoyang's name was right in front of hers, firmly suppressing her. This made her extremely unhappy. Everyone once again looked at Xiao Sun, as if they were looking at a dead person. This Xiao Sun was really seeking death. She suffered once and still didn't know how to change. The exam elder's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. His expression changed again and again. This Xiao Sun was a talented child. Her intelligence shouldn't be bad. How could she be so stupid? The exam elder was so angry that he lost his mood. Scram, your request is cancelled. From now on, the Linglong Pagoda forbids you from participating in the exam. The exam elder roared with incomparable majesty. A tyrannical aura exploded and directly pushed Xiao Sun 10 feet away. Xiao Sun spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale. She looked at the exam elder's back in horror. Her liver and gallbladder were torn apart. What happened? Why did the exam elder treat her like this? What did she do wrong? Sister, I'm sorry. That damn Xiaoyang didn't cheat at all. This was confirmed by the exquisite tower's artifact spirit, and also confirmed by the examination elder himself. By doubting him, you are once again walking down my path, repeating my mistakes and giving the examination elder the image of a jealous and narrow-minded person. Xiao Chunyang, who was lying on the ground, hurriedly explained when he saw that Xiao Sun had suffered such a blow. He also felt sorry for his sister. He also felt ashamed. If it wasn't for him, Xiao Sun wouldn't have reached this step. Canceling a small requirement of an assistant was one thing, but forbidding them from entering the exquisite pagoda for future examinations was simply devastating to the people of the Poison Medicine Pavilion. Everyone knew that there were only 2 ways to be promoted from assistant to senior assistant. One was to refine a poison pill, and the other was to continue to challenge the exquisite tower. Now that he had sealed off one of Xiao Sun's paths, it was equivalent to greatly reducing her chances of advancing. Xiao Sun's face was pale. Her face was full of bitterness and regret. If she hadn't indulged Xiao Chunyang so much, if she had directly disciplined him, how could the 2 siblings have fallen to this point? Dahlia, let's go. This kind of person only has himself to blame. He deserves it. There's nothing to see. Xiao Yang glanced at these people, then called Xiao Dahlia to leave. The apprentices who were preparing to leave all looked at Xiao Yang with respect and gratitude. If it wasn't for Xiao Yang's righteous words, they would have continued to be exploited and oppressed by the student union. Now, not only was the student union disbanded, but they could also get back the gold coins that they had lost. This was simply a happy thing. Stop! Xiao Chunyang roared fiercely at Xiao Yang. This damned Xiao Yang had caused him to be in such a miserable state, and even implicated his sister. How could he tolerate this? He would never reflect on his mistakes. He would only push all the blame to Xiao Yang. Yo, what else do you have to say? Xiao Yang glanced at him in disdain and asked mockingly, Xiao Yang, I won't let you go. Just you wait. Xiao Chunyang threatened Xiao Yang fiercely. If he wasn't seriously injured, he would definitely fight Xiao Yang to the death. Are you sure you won't let me go? Xiao Yang smiled coldly as a chill flashed in his eyes. He didn't need to be polite to such an unrepentant person. What, are you afraid? Haha, Xiao Yang, I'll make you wish you were dead. Xiao Chunyang thought that Xiao Yang was afraid. He looked even more proud and complacent. In his opinion, as long as he was still in the poison pavilion, as long as his sister was still there, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with a mere Xiaoyang. You won't die if you don't ask for it. Xiaoyang mocked. Then he shouted at the Twinkle Gem Tower, Exam Elder, he's unrepentant. I can't think of a better way to deal with such a person other than expelling the poison pavilion as a severe punishment. What? Xiao Chunyang and Xiao Sun'er's expressions changed drastically. Heavens, they actually forgot that Xiaoyang could also make a request after being promoted to assistant. The other people present all looked at them as if they were idiots. Some even laughed out loud. A dignified voice came from the Twinkle Gem Tower. From now on, Xiao Chunyang is expelled from the poison pavilion. He can't be hired for 10 years. Scram! A force appeared out of thin air, carrying Xiao Chunyang's body and flying away. No! Xiao Chunyang shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice was filled with unwillingness, regret, and despair. His area of expertise was the poison medicine pavilion. If he was forbidden from touching it for 10 years, then what kind of achievements would he have after 10 years? This was even worse than killing him. Xiao Sun'er looked at the disappearing Xiao Chunyang with heartache. Her expression was lonely. She hated Xiaoyang before, but now she couldn't bring herself to hate him. She couldn't help but smile bitterly and leave. Back at his residence, Xiao Daliai's face was filled with excitement. He chuckled. Big brother Xiaoyang, you don't know, but the other apprentices have to greet me when they see me. This feeling is simply wonderful. He knew that all of this was thanks to Xiaoyang. He was only borrowing Xiaoyang's fame. Seeing Xiaoyang packing his luggage, Xiao Daliai didn't feel sad. Instead, he moved closer and said enthusiastically, Big brother Xiaoyang, let's go. I'll take you to the assistant's residence. I've studied the poison pavilion for 5 years, so I'm very familiar with it. They arrived at the back of the mountain and arrived at the third courtyard. Xiao Daliai said excitedly, Big brother Xiaoyang, according to the instructions on the assistant's token, this is your courtyard. Come, 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 come. I'll carry water and cut wood for you. The reason he was so attentive was because he wanted to stay here and follow Xiaoyang. Chapter 42. Who dares to break into my courtyard? Scram! Just as Xiao Daliai opened the door of the third courtyard and was about to enter, a majestic force rushed out from the inside. At the same time, a cold shout was heard. Xiao Daliai was caught off guard and his body flew backward. Fortunately, Xiaoyang caught him. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured on the ground. From the other party's attack, it was obvious that he was a 6th-ranked warrior. Xiaoyang frowned and looked at Xiao Daliai, who still had a lingering fear. He asked, Are you sure this courtyard is really mine? Xiao Daliai thought that Xiaoyang was suspecting him and hurriedly said, I'm sure. The token says 3. This is your courtyard. If I'm lying to you, I'm willing to die. He revealed a determined look as he did not want to lose Xiaoyang's trust. He stood up and roared at the third courtyard. This courtyard belongs to my big brother Xiaoyang. The thief inside quickly come out. How dare you disturb my alchemy? The ruthless voice sounded again and a young man appeared. The young man's expression was cold and his eyes were ruthless, as if he had a deep hatred for others. Let me tell you, I've taken a fancy to this courtyard. Naturally, it's mine. Seeing that you're the owner of this courtyard, I won't argue with you this time. Xiao Duofeng snorted with a gloomy face. The one who should scram is you. Xiaoyang stepped out and released a fierce aura. Xiaoyang could not tolerate the fact that his courtyard had been taken over by someone else, and the other party still had the guts to be so arrogant. He even had the guts to bully his own people in such an unbridled manner. Moreover, he really needed a courtyard like this. With a courtyard like this, it would be much more convenient whether it was cultivating or alchemy. He joined the Poison Pavilion in hopes of becoming an alchemist. In addition to receiving the poison pill reward from the Poison Pavilion, he also hoped to have the resources to refine his own poison pills. One must know that when he was in dire straits, not to mention alchemy resources, even the most basic resources were stolen. How could he have the resources to refine pills? If he wanted information on alchemy, joining the Poison Pavilion was the best choice. Die. Venomous Wasp Xiao let out a ferocious roar and attacked Xiaoyang with his palm. Although they were all assistants, there were also different ranks in the ranks of assistants. He wanted to let this new assistant understand the power of an experienced assistant. Bang! The two sides separated immediately after they made their moves, and neither side was able to determine who was superior. Venomous Wasp Xiao was now sizing up Xiaoyang. In terms of strength, he was on par with him. At the very least, Venomous Wasp Xiao was not a nobody. He had to treat him seriously. Brat, I'll give you one last chance. Give this courtyard to me, and you can choose an empty courtyard. Venomous Wasp Xiao said coldly. Xiaoyang snorted coldly and said, You think it's reasonable to occupy my courtyard? Get out of here. You're courting death. Taste my 7 poisons powder. Venomous Wasp Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. In the assistant class, the strong were always respected. He was considered the third strongest existence, whether it was cultivation or alchemy ability. How could he be scared off by a new assistant? This 7 poisons powder was refined from 49 kinds of poisons. Its toxicity was extremely strong. Even an elephant would die in 2 breaths if it was touched by a little, let alone a person. The 7 poisons powder spread out and covered Xiaoyang's whole body. In an instant, all the poisons madly attacked Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang took a deep breath. Not only did he not feel any pain, but he also felt very comfortable. His heaven-devouring poison tyrant secret art instantly refined the 7 poisons powder's toxins and turned them into cultivation power. The surrounding toxins were also absorbed. Wow, so good. Do you have more? Bring me more? Xiaoyang felt that his cultivation had increased. His eyes couldn't help but fall on Venomous Wasp Xiao. It seemed that joining the Poison Pavilion was a good choice. He could definitely come in contact with all kinds of poisons here. Huh. How is this possible? Boy, what kind of trick did you use? Venomous Wasp Xiao's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. He used the 7 poisons powder and was always successful among the assistants. He didn't expect to stumble here. Venomous Wasp Xiao was not afraid of the 7 poisons powder. Venomous Wasp Xiao rolled his eyes and snorted. He hurriedly took out the 8-colored poison water and splashed it on Xiaoyang. He had purchased the 8-colored poisonous water for the sake of learning its toxicity and the combination of medicinal ingredients. This 8-colored poison water was much more powerful than the 7 poisons powder. It was also very rare. He spent his life savings to buy it. Xiaoyang didn't dodge, and his whole body was instantly drenched. He sensed it and found that the poison in it was even more potent than before. Heaven-devouring poison tyrant secret art, refined for me. With a snort, he began to circulate his technique. Once again, he refined the poison and converted it into cultivation-based power. Feeling the power contained in every inch of his skin, Xiaoyang was very satisfied. He was already at the peak of the 6th Order warrior. Just a little more, and he would be able to break through to the 7th Order warrior. It seemed that this time it was not a waste of effort. This time it's my turn, Qian Poison Hands. A poisonous palm suddenly shot out and bombarded the dumbstruck poison Bi Zhao's body. Venomous Wasp Xiao screamed, and his skin instantly turned black. His face became sallow, and his mouth and nose began to bleed. This was a sign of poisoning. Oh my God, what kind of freak are you? You are not even afraid of the 8-colored poison water and can even use a poisonous palm? Venomous Wasp Xiao was shocked, and his heart was overwhelmed with shock. He didn't have time to think too much and hurriedly took out the antidote to take. He took 13 interpretation pills in a row and barely managed to take effect. There were still remnants of the poison in his body. Venomous Wasp Xiao's poison was so overbearing and difficult to deal with. Venomous Wasp Xiao was completely terrified. Originally, with his title and strength as the third assistant, he could run amok among the assistants. But now he had to look at Xiaoyang with a whole new level of respect. He even wanted to kneel down and worship him. Still not surrendering, Xiaoyang roared and grabbed with one hand, trying to control Venomous Wasp Xiao. Venomous Wasp Xiao was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He already knew how terrifying Xiaoyang was. He immediately knelt on the ground and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Senior, please calm down. I know my mistake. I will move now and vacate the courtyard for you. What do you think?" You're fast. If you take more than 10 breaths, you can forget about leaving." Xiaoyang coldly snorted, his eyes cold. Venomous Wasp Xiao didn't dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly returned to the courtyard, intending to take away the pill furnace, medicinal herbs, and pill formulas. These were all necessary items for an assistant. Xiaoyang and Xiao Dailyi had already followed him in. Xiaoyang's eyes lit up when he saw a lot of medicinal herbs and pill furnaces. One had to know that although he was now an assistant, he had nothing. Who would dislike having more alchemy materials? He immediately threatened, "You can take away the person and pill formulas, but leave the rest for me." Chapter 43. What? Venomous Wasp Xiao was furious. This damn new assistant dared to threaten him. Looking at the entire assistant class, no one dared to do this to him. He was quite angry. These herbs and alchemy furnace were essential items for an assistant. If he gave them away, what would happen to him? But thinking of Xiaoyang's horror, he was nervous again. "Endure it. Wait for me to find someone to deal with you." Venomous Wasp Xiao thought viciously. But this vicious thought did not show on his face. On the surface, he showed a respectful and flattering look and said with a smile, "Yes, yes, yes, these are all for you. Goodbye, goodbye." He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would have to stay here forever. After using his movement technique, Venomous Wasp Xiao instantly disappeared. "Big Thunder, go and guard the door." Xiaoyang was overjoyed. Previously, he had been empty-handed. This time, he finally had some savings. He counted the alchemy materials. There were more than 150 kinds of herbs. With these herbs, he could refine 30 low-grade poison pills. But low-grade poison pills were useless to him. If he wanted to continue to improve his cultivation, he could only use middle-grade and high-grade poison pills. Well, not bad. If I don't refine low-grade poison pills, I can refine 5 middle-grade poison pills. Xiaoyang was very satisfied with this result. He did not hate Venomous Wasp Xiao anymore. If Venomous Wasp Xiao did not occupy this courtyard, how could he obtain these alchemy resources? It's time to start refining. Xiaoyang raised his hand, and immediately a flame came out from his hand and spread over the alchemy furnace. Then, with amazing ingenuity, he began to put the herbs into the alchemy furnace and refine them one by one. In his previous life, he was the eternal poison venerable. He had countless alchemy recipes, and his refining techniques were top-notch. Now he was refining a middle-grade poison pill. But this body only had the cultivation of a 6th-ranked warrior. It was unbearable for him. To refine low-grade elixirs, a martial artist's cultivation was enough. However, to refine middle-grade elixirs, one would need to be at least a rank 7 martial warrior. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang's many years of experience and techniques, he wouldn't have been able to refine it. Usually, other people would refine 1 pill at a time, but he would refine 5 at once. The amount of essence, energy, and spirit required was even more astonishing. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the pill was formed. Xiaoyang stretched out his hand and took out the 5 poison pills lying on top of the pill furnace. As for the 100 over medicinal herbs from before, they had all been refined. In other words, other than the 5 middle-grade poison pills, Xiaoyang still had nothing. It was worth it. Previously, I absorbed the 7 poison powder and the 8 colored poison water. Now, with the addition of the poison from the 5 mid-grade poison pills, I can easily break through a level. Xiao Yang mumbled. He had never forgotten his life and death pact with the martial master Xiaoqin. Therefore, he urgently wanted to increase his cultivation. Just as he was about to consume a middle-grade poison pill to increase his cultivation, a familiar, violent voice came from outside. "Brat, get out here. Otherwise, I'll kill your servant." It was venomous Wasp Xiao who had returned. At this moment, he was holding Xiao Dalei, who was acting as a guard. Xiao Yang frowned and snorted. He walked out of the door without swallowing the middle-grade poison pill. He saw a large group of people. These people were all assistants, but they were now led by venomous Wasp Xiao. Beside venomous Wasp Xiao stood an imposing fellow. Venomous Wasp Xiao was extremely respectful towards him. "Brat, I'm venomous Wasp Xiao. I'm ranked 2nd among the assistants. I heard that you stole venomous Wasp Xiao's pill furnace and medicinal herbs. Please hand them over and kneel down to apologize." Venomous Wasp Xiao took a few steps forward and looked down at Xiao Yang condescendingly. In his opinion, what was so great about Xiao Yang? He was just a newly promoted assistant. Those who had just been promoted to assistant would think that they were superior and insufferably arrogant. However, after mixing around for a long time, they would understand that such arrogance was not applicable here. "Brat, hurry up and take out my things. There are a total of 1,000 sets of medicinal herbs and 800 types of herbs. If there's even one set missing, I'll hold you responsible." Venomous Wasp Xiao was arrogant and arrogant. He already had a backer and brought along a large group of people. He believed that he could deal with Xiao Yang. Why would he need to be polite to Xiao Yang? Of course, he would ruthlessly extort him. A person's rise would require a lot of windfall. Moreover, he had to pay a hefty price to invite these people. Medicinal herbs? No. Pill furnace? No. Everything is gone. Xiao Yang's face was indifferent. His expression was as calm as water. He did not cower just because they had more people. "It seems like you don't want to solve this problem. Very well, then die." Venomous Wasp Xiao coldly snorted. His expression once again revealed a ruthless expression. He looked at the people behind him and said, "Who dares to make a move? I, Venomous Wasp Xiao, owe him a favor." Venomous Wasp Xiao's face was very big here. He was ranked 3rd among the assistants. Naturally, many people wanted his favor. Otherwise, how could he bring so many people? "I'll do it. I'll do it." One by one, people jumped out and rushed toward Xiao Yang. "Brat, eat my Sanxian poison. Hee bastard, eat my immortal snake poison. And my 7-step heartbreak powder." A total of 8 or 9 assistants made their move. Because it was the poison medicine pavilion, they were all proficient in poisons. Moreover, each poison could easily kill 3,000 elephants. From this, one could see how fierce and vicious the poison was. 9 kinds of deadly and vicious poisons hit Xiao Yang. Everyone thought that Xiao Yang was dead for sure. They stood at the side and watched, wanting to see Xiao Yang slowly fall to the ground. But unexpectedly, Xiao Yang acted as if nothing had happened. He waved his hand and patted the poison powder on his clothes. Then his cultivation aura fluctuated violently. This made people very confused. Their faces were full of puzzlement. Only Xiao Yang knew that under the stimulation of these poisons, his poison body was stimulated and his cultivation was crazily rising. He took a deep breath and planned to use these poisons to break through. He raised his head and swallowed 4 mid-grade poisons. Then he activated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant's secret art. In an instant, all the poison turned into cultivation and broke through in one fell swoop. Buzz! A strong whirlwind swept across the area. Xiao Yang broke through to the 7th Order warrior. That strong whirlwind swept towards the 9 opponents in front of him and sent them flying. Ah, heavens, I was sent flying. Bastard, quickly put me down. Angry roars came out one after another. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, they fell from the air with a bloody nose and swollen face. Damn it, Xiaoyang, just you wait. I'll let Poison Second Senior Brother show you how powerful he is. Poison Bishao was flustered and exasperated. He didn't expect that so many people couldn't do anything to Xiaoyang. He turned around and looked at Poison Second Senior Brother Xiao and pleaded, Poison Second Senior Brother, please teach this villain a lesson for our assistance and protect our honor. Chapter 44. Cousin, I am Xiaoduer. I am indebted to my assistants for giving me the title of second place. I will not bully you. As long as you hand over Xiao Dufeng's alchemy materials, I will not pursue this matter any further. What do you think? Xiao Du received the pleas of Xiao Dufeng and the others. Feeling very vain, he reluctantly took a few steps forward and stood in front of Xiaoyang. Then he spoke to Xiaoyang. In the assistant class, many people gave him face. The assistants behind him all treated him as their leader. He felt that he could take advantage of this opportunity to make a name for himself. Besides, he didn't find Xiaoyang a newcomer strange. At most, Xiaoyang was just a brute who could be easily dealt with. Xiaoyang sneered and said with disdain, the materials you're talking about are the materials that Xiao Dufeng said were increased by 10 times? Ridiculous. Let me tell you, not to mention thousands of herbs. I don't even have one. This kind of bullying was so reasonable. It was simply unbearable. Good courage. I think you want to go against the assistants. Do you think you are so great? It seems that I have to teach you a lesson so that you know how to behave. Xiao Du'er coldly snorted. His face turned gloomy. He didn't expect that this hothead wouldn't give him any face. This was very damaging to his reputation. You. Xiao Yang glanced at him. His eyes revealed disdain and said with contempt, What do you have to fight with me? Xiao Du'er took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. Only now did he notice that Xiaoyang was actually a 7th-rank warrior. It seemed that he couldn't win against him with his strength. He thought for a moment and quickly came up with an idea. He immediately said, Xiaoyang, from assistant to senior assistant, there are 2 options. Come, accompany me to the Linglong Tower. If you can beat me, I will no longer participate in this matter and apologize to you in person. Even the assistants behind me will no longer participate in this matter, and Xiao Dufeng will also let go of this grudge. What do you think? Venomous Bishao and the others knew how powerful Venomous Bishao was and wanted to lure Xiaoyang into a trap. Xiaoyang, you heard what Second Poison Brother said. As long as you win, you can do whatever you want with me. I, Poison Bishao, have no objections. Your assistants and I will listen to your orders. More than 10 assistants looked at Xiaoyang mockingly. They felt that as long as Xiaoyang fell into the trap, he would definitely lose. Xiao Du'er was ranked 2nd. Not only was he ranked 2nd in alchemy, but he was also ranked 2nd in the exquisite pagoda. Xiaoyang's eyes flickered as his heart fluctuated. He was very clear that only by raising his status to that of an alchemist would he be able to grasp more alchemy resources. His purpose in entering the Poison Pavilion this time was to become an alchemist. He quickly made up his mind and immediately agreed. All right, I promise you. It wasn't that he couldn't see through the other party's schemes, but in the face of absolute strength, all schemes were just paper tigers. Haha, this Xiaoyang is so full of himself. He's dead for sure. Isn't that so? He thinks he can be so great just because he has a little ability. This time he'll be in for a good show. Let's go, we'll also enter the exquisite pagoda and see Xiaoyang's joke with our own eyes. Many assistants laughed wildly. Venomous Bishao sneered as his eyes flashed with craftiness. He reminded, Xiaoyang, don't blame me for not reminding you. From the 2nd floor of the exquisite pagoda, once you fail, you will be attacked by different levels of arrays. I hope you won't lose too badly. Venomous Xiao thought for a moment and also warned, Xiaoyang, it's not too late to regret. From the 6th floor onwards, the difficulty of identifying herbs will double. Don't look for trouble. After all, you can also choose the path of alchemy to be promoted to a senior assistant. All right, I've already made my decision. Stop being so wishy-washy. I'll show you what absolute strength is. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Xiaoyang arrogantly said with disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his movement technique and arrived at the exquisite pagoda in the blink of an eye. Just as he approached the exquisite pagoda, he was directly teleported to the 6th floor. What an arrogant brat. I'll also go and see what he's capable of. One by one, the assistants went up to the 6th floor. Anyone with the status of an assistant would start from the 6th floor. Venomous Xiao and Venomous Xiao looked at each other and snorted with a sneer. They also entered the exquisite pagoda and were teleported to the 6th floor. The 6th floor's medicinal herbs examination was similar to the first 5 floors. Everyone had a light ball in front of them. Most of the people here had already passed this floor's examination. This time, they followed because they wanted to see Xiaoyang make a fool of himself. Please, Xiaoyang, I hope you won't be thrown out at the beginning. Venomous Xiao provoked Xiaoyang. He had already reached the 8th floor, so he didn't need to take this floor's examination. Venomous Xiao crossed his arms and sneered with a mocking expression. He wanted to see how far this Xiaoyang could go. There had never been a new assistant who could pass the 6th floor's examination when they first came in. He believed that this time wouldn't be an exception. Xiaoyang curled his lips and was too lazy to pay attention to them. He chose one of the light balls and released his spiritual force. The knowledge of medicinal herbs stored in his mind was crazily released. The light ball flickered violently. In less than 2 breaths of time, the light ball flashed and disappeared. The exquisite pagoda issued a notification that he had passed. This is too easy. Xiaoyang looked at the disappearing light ball and muttered to himself. After all, each floor only had 1 million medicinal herbs. Even the 9th floor only had 9 million medicinal herbs. For Xiaoyang, it was really nothing. What? He passed this floor so easily? Oh my God, what the hell is going on? Many assistants were shocked and started to discuss. One must know that some of them had been here for a year and still couldn't pass the 6th floor. What was the background of this Xiaoyang? He passed the floor in just 2 breaths of time. Venomous Xiao was stunned. His expression was a bit ugly, and his eyes were gloomy. Venomous Xiao's expression changed, and he didn't say a word. Xiaoyang, this is only the 6th floor. It's just the starting point of the assistant's examination. What are you pretending for? Go to the 7th floor. You will fail there. Venomous Xiao snorted and ridiculed. To be able to enter the assistant level, one must have some strength. It was barely understandable that Xiaoyang could pass the 6th floor. The other assistants followed one after another, wanting to see what happened. Only a few assistants who couldn't pass the 6th floor's examination could only helplessly leave. As long as they didn't pass the examination, they couldn't go to the next floor. You think he can pass the 7th floor? I bet he can't. Me too. Because of Xiaoyang's examination, the assistants who followed him began to gamble. Xiaoyang's eyes couldn't help but light up when he saw that there were poison pills and poison attribute medicinal herbs in their wagers. Chapter 45. As a poison body, what he needed the most was poison. Seeing that there was poison in this place, he naturally couldn't miss it. Xiaoyang immediately opened his mouth and said, "For this floor, I bet that I can pass it. I bet a medium-grade poison pill and a high-grade poison pill." Venomous Xiao, didn't you not believe in my ability? Come, let's play. You can afford it, right? He provoked the two. Venomous Wasp Xiao's face was a bit ugly. He couldn't grasp Xiaoyang's strength. If he could really pass the 7th floor, he would lose. But if he didn't bet, wouldn't it mean that he was afraid? Venomous Wasp Xiao was also hesitant. He snorted and said, "Boring, I'm not interested." He felt that Xiaoyang still had some potential. Before thoroughly seeing through Xiaoyang, he didn't dare to bet recklessly lest he lose his fortune. After all, a high-grade poison pill was worth all the bets here, not to mention a mid-grade poison pill. Venomous Wasp Xiao gritted his teeth and took out 2 mid-grade poison pills. He snorted and said, "Xiaoyang, I bet with the assistants that you can't pass the 7th floor. All the bets are worth your 2 poison pills. What do you think?" "Good, Xiaoyang will bet." The assistants laughed wildly. They dared to bet because they looked down on Xiaoyang and also to give face to Venomous Wasp Xiao. Good, 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 we can bet. There are 5 poison-attributed herbs, 3 mid-grade poison pills, and 7 poison powder. Xiaoyang looked at the bets and nodded with satisfaction. "What are you so proud of, as if you can win?" Venomous Wasp Xiao sneered. "We'll win." The assistants were very confident. Xiaoyang picked a floating light ball under their mocking gazes and began to identify the 1,000,000 herbs. After 2 breaths of time, the light ball's color changed again, and the sound of clearing the floor came from the Linglong Pagoda. This made the smiling faces of Venomous Wasp Xiao and the other assistants suddenly stiffen. Their mouths twitched fiercely. Heavens, the bets they took out were all the wealth they had. How long had it been? Just 2 breaths of time, and the wealth was someone else's. "I'm sorry, I'll accept it." Xiaoyang laughed. With a wave of his hand, he released a wave of energy that swept all the gambling money over. This scene fell into the eyes of Venomous Wasp Xiao and the others, to the point that their complexions alternated between green and white, and their hearts ached to death. Xiao Duer rejoiced inwardly. Fortunately, he didn't bet, or else he would have lost. He now had a whole new level of respect for Xiaoyang. For a new assistant to be able to break through 2 levels, this meant that Xiaoyang's potential was extraordinary. It seemed that he couldn't underestimate him. Humph! What's so great about that? Don't be so proud of yourself here. I, Xiao Dufeng, could have reached the 8th floor long ago. You're just at the beginning. Not to mention, Xiao Dufeng's second brother has already reached the 9th floor. As long as you can't break through the 9th floor, you've failed. You have to compensate us for our alchemy resources. Venomous Wasp Xiao couldn't stand the other party's complacent look. His words made the many assistants who had lost with him feel a lot better. There was also Xiao Du, someone who could reach the 9th floor. What was there to be afraid of? Unfortunately, they couldn't go up to the 8th floor, so they could only helplessly walk out of the Linglong Pagoda. The 3 of them walked up to the 8th floor of the Linglong Pagoda. Venomous Wasp Xiao sneered again and again as he lightly snorted, "Xiaoyang, please. This time you'll lose without a doubt." Even he, who had been taking the assessment for 3 years, was unable to break through this level, let alone Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes. With a thought, he flipped his hand and took out several poison pills. He looked at Venomous Wasp Xiao provocatively and said, "Since I'm going to lose, come. Let's bet again. Do you dare?" Venomous Wasp Xiao was so angry that his face turned pale and his fingers trembled. He had just been tricked by Xiaoyang, and now he wanted to trick him again. How could he be so easily fooled? Besides, even if he wanted to be fooled, he really didn't have any money left. Venomous Wasp Xiao felt that he had some chance of winning. At least he had half the confidence. But as a steady assistant, he wouldn't personally take the risk. He glanced at the embarrassed Venomous Wasp Xiao and took out 3 middle-grade poison pills and more than 10 precious herbs, and handed them to Venomous Wasp Xiao. "Venomous Wasp, if you need these, I can lend them to you," Venomous Wasp Xiao calmly said. He wasn't making a losing deal. If he lost, then Venomous Wasp Xiao would naturally compensate him. If he won, then Venomous Wasp Xiao would certainly give him some compensation. Therefore, this deal was absolutely not a loss for Venomous Wasp Xiao. Venomous Wasp Xiao wanted to borrow some materials, but he found it hard to ask. He didn't expect Venomous Wasp Xiao to be so understanding. Looking at the materials in front of him, he suddenly became confident. He gratefully said, "Many thanks, venomous Wasp Xiao. I, venomous Wasp Xiao, will remember this kindness in my heart." With wealth, his self-confidence skyrocketed. He raised his head high and cast a disdainful glance at Xiaoyang. He lightly snorted and said, "Xiaoyang, didn't you want to bet with me? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. This is the 8th level. If even I can't pass, I don't believe you can." Xiaoyang looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. He coldly smiled and said, "I agree." He waved his hand and picked up a light ball. As usual, the assessment continued. It was still 2 breaths of time. Examinee Xiaoyang pass. Swoosh! Venomous Wasp Xiao's face was pale. His body was violently trembling because of fear. He had lost. What he lost was not only the materials given by Venomous Wasp Xiao, but also a lot of potential things, such as his future. An assistant who could pass the 8th level of the exquisite pagoda was almost on the same level as Venomous Wasp Xiao and Venomous Wasp Xiao, yet he had offended him. It could be imagined that the following life of an assistant would be incomparably difficult and destitute, not to mention the large amount of materials he would have to compensate. Just facing Xiaoyang's anger would be a big problem. Even the arrogant, venomous Wasp Xiao was extremely wary of Xiaoyang. His face was dignified. From the beginning, he had underestimated Xiaoyang. Because Xiaoyang was a little tramp who was easy to bully, he didn't mind crushing him. Now he understood that the other party was not an ant, but an elephant that could share the limelight with him. He became incomparably dignified and his heart was heavy. He hoped that Xiaoyang would not break through the 9th level. Otherwise, even he could only concede defeat and wait for orders. Venomous Wasp Xiao, a man must keep his words. I want to go to the 9th level to take a look. Are you coming or not? Xiaoyang waved his hand and collected all the gambling money. Then he looked at Venomous Wasp Xiao with contempt. With Venomous Wasp Xiao's ability, he could at most reach the 8th level. It was simply impossible for him to go to the 9th level. Asking the other party whether he wanted to go or not was actually mocking him. However, the pale, venomous Wasp Xiao couldn't stand the provocation and roared, "Xiaoyang, what are you so proud of? If you can go, then I can naturally go too." He also picked a light ball and wanted to break through immediately. Chapter 46. Above the 6th floor of the Linglong Pagoda, anyone who failed the test would receive different degrees of punishment. The light ones would be injured for 3 days, while the heavy ones would be injured for half a year. It all depended on the mood of the Linglong Pagoda's spirit. Venomous Wasp Xiao wasn't prepared to challenge the 8th floor. He just wanted to see Xiaoyang make a fool of himself. But now that he was ridiculed by Xiaoyang, he could no longer maintain his composure. Now that he was provoked, he recklessly participated in the test. His test was extremely painful. It was as if he was facing a difficult problem that he couldn't solve. After persisting for an incense stick's worth of time, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His clothes were soaked with sweat and his fists were clenched tightly. Xiaoyang and Venomous Wasp Xiao were waiting. They didn't mind giving Venomous Wasp Xiao more time. They also didn't mind seeing Venomous Wasp Xiao fail or succeed. After waiting for a while, the sound of failure came from the Linglong Pagoda. "I'm not willing." Venomous Wasp Xiao, who was forced away from the light ball, had a ferocious expression. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He couldn't help but roar. However, the response he got was 3 lightning bolts. Crackle, boom. 3 lightning bolts struck Venomous Wasp Xiao's body. Venomous Wasp Xiao was seriously injured in an instant. There wasn't an inch of clothes on his body that was intact. His skin was either green or black. He had already fainted. His hair was standing up and his body was emitting smoke. Even though he had fainted, one could still see lightning moving around his body. Venomous Wasp Xiao twitched from time to time and let out a painful groan. Too miserable. This made Xiao Yang's scalp tingle. It also made Venomous Wasp Xiao's heart jump. The seriously injured Venomous Wasp Xiao was sent out by a teleportation force. Outside the Linglong Pagoda, some of the sharp-eyed assistants immediately saw a figure flying over. One of the assistants laughed arrogantly and ridiculed. "Look, it must be Xiaoyang, that hothead who was thrown out. It's really miserable. His whole body is burnt and emitting the smell of cooked meat." "Haha, who told him to be so arrogant? He just came in and already offended Venomous Wasp Xiao and Venomous Wasp Xiao. It seems like we can take back our alchemy materials." The assistants were discussing with a complacent expression. There were even 2 assistants who used their cultivation and jumped into the air to catch Venomous Bijiao's body. They still had this bit of morality and conscience. When they saw who it was, they couldn't help but widen their eyes and exclaim, Shut up. It's not Xiaoyang, it's Xiao Duofeng." "What? How is this possible?" The other assistants came over and exclaimed. After seeing clearly that it was Poison Bixiao, none of them dared to make a sound or laugh. They all knew that Venomous Wasp Xiao had reached the 8th floor of the Linglong Pagoda. They were afraid that he had failed, but even if he failed, he was still ranked 3rd among the assistants, so they still respected him. Many assistants took out healing herbs to help him. Not long after, Venomous Bixiao slowly woke up. He looked at the Twinkle Gem Pagoda with malice and said malevolently, "Xiaoyang, just you wait. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a man." He knew that all of this was because of Xiaoyang, 9th floor of the Linglong Pagoda. Xiaoyang, who was 10 steps away, glanced at Xiao Duer with disdain. He coldly smiled and said, "Since you have interfered in this matter, then we must determine who is the better one. You have also reached this level. What about it? Do you want to bet again?" He wanted to seize every opportunity to make money. Venomous Bee Xiao didn't participate in the previous 2 gambles, so he must have a lot of good things on him. If he could get his hands on them, he would certainly be able to enrich himself. Xiao Yang's eyes flashed as he greedily looked at the other. Venomous Bee Xiao sneered and said sarcastically, "Xiaoyang, I admit that you are very powerful. At least none of the previous assistants were as crazy and monstrous as you. However, this is the 9th floor. Even Xiao Di, who is the number 1 genius, couldn't pass. I'll bet with you. I have 500 medicinal herbs, dozens of medicinal pills, as well as other pill recipes and alchemy materials. Whoever can break through the 9th floor will be the winner. Do you agree?" He had thought it through. The 9th floor was the most difficult floor. It belonged to the extremely difficult level. If he wanted to break through, it would be impossible without 5 years of accumulation. At worst, it would be a draw. If he lost, then it would be equivalent to currying favor with the other party. After all, the person who broke through the 9th floor would be a senior assistant. This was the dream of all the assistants and apprentices. The status of a senior assistant in the Poison Pavilion was only lower than that of an alchemist. Okay, Xiaoyang was also very free and easy. He took out all the medicinal pills and medicinal herbs on his body. In any case, these things were won. Even if he lost, he wouldn't feel distressed. Besides, he didn't think that he would lose. He was very clear about his own strength. How could a small, exquisite pagoda be difficult for him? The 2 of them placed their supplies aside, and each of them picked a ball of light to begin the test. Although the 9 words on the 9th level sounded very advanced, in fact, the number of medicinal herbs tested on the 9th level was still 1 million. However, if one were to accumulate knowledge from the 1st level up, those who had reached this level would have mastered close to 9 million types of medicinal herbs. Of course, Xiaoyang was an exception. The 2 were focused on the assessment. This kind of assessment was like playing house to Xiaoyang. It wasn't much of a challenge. In less than 2 breaths of time, the exquisite pagoda once again announced that Xiaoyang had passed. It rewarded him with a senior assistant token. It even attracted the examination elder to personally come out to greet him. As soon as the examination elder appeared, he immediately waved his hand and released a sound barrier, enveloping Xiaoyang and himself. He looked at Xiaoyang in surprise. He couldn't believe it and said, "It's you, brat." "Xiaoyang, I remember you just passed the 5th floor of the exquisite pagoda this morning. Now, you actually passed the 9th floor of the exquisite pagoda." "That's right, it's me. I just got lucky," Xiaoyang modestly said. The examination elder's eyes flickered. He didn't ask any more. Who didn't have their own secrets? He chuckled and said, "From now on, you are a senior assistant. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to look for me." Xiaoyang cupped his fists and bowed. He thanked him and received the senior assistant token. As the examination elder left, the sound barrier also collapsed. Xiaoyang looked around. Xiao Du was still in the middle of the assessment, looking at his painful expression. The assessment must be very painful. He then looked at the gambling stakes. In total, there were 7 mid-grade poison pills, several hundred sets of medicinal herbs, a few pill recipes, and some scattered alchemy materials. He waved his hand and collected all these things. His face revealed a victorious smile. After all, he had passed the 9th floor's assessment and was promoted to a senior assistant. Even Xiao Du could only admit it. Chapter 47. Inside the exquisite pagoda. Xiaoyang was still in the middle of his assessment. He was in a good mood after putting away the materials and didn't mind waiting for a while. A cup of tea's worth of time passed. A voice announcing Xiao Du's failure came from the exquisite pagoda. Immediately after, one could see Xiao Du being forced away from the light sphere as an arm-sized thunderbolt attacked him. Ah! Xiao Du was struck by the thunderbolt and let out a blood-curdling scream. His chest was blasted into a bloody mess as blood flowed out. His face was pale and full of unwillingness. He was just a little bit away from breaking through the 9th floor. Just a little bit. But so what if he was on the verge of success? As long as he didn't succeed, it was still a failure. It was like you were one step away from your goal. But as long as you didn't take that step, you would be the same as someone standing at the starting point, a failure. Xiao Du's breathing was heavy as he felt the injuries on his body. At least, it wasn't as miserable as Xiao Du's. He hurriedly circulated his cultivation and began to heal his injuries. After a while, his complexion looked a little better. He glanced around and saw that the gambling money he had taken out before was gone. Xiaoyang was still standing there with his arms crossed, looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Xiao Du felt ashamed and angry. He didn't expect that he would lose to his new assistant, Xiaoyang. He also didn't expect Xiaoyang to be safe and sound. Obviously, Xiaoyang had broken through the 9th floor and was on a different level from him. His status was much higher than his. Every assistant knew that as long as they broke through the 9th floor of the exquisite pagoda, they could become a senior assistant. Now, Xiaoyang was a senior assistant while he was still an assistant. He felt a great sense of frustration as his face was filled with loneliness and helplessness. A latecomer was promoted to senior assistant before him. This made him feel like he had nowhere to put his old face. Xiao Du couldn't say anything to Xiaoyang and had to carefully look at Xiaoyang's face. "Assistant Xiao, I admit my loss. I will no longer participate in the matter between you and Xiao Du. I apologize to you again for the trouble I caused you before. If you need any help, feel free to look for me. I will do my best." Xiao Du knew that the current Xiaoyang wasn't someone he could afford to provoke. He quickly found his position and played the role of a subordinate, tactfully retreating. Your character is barely passable." "Go ahead," Xiaoyang said faintly. "For example." Xiaoyang didn't mind using his authority and strength to teach him how to behave. However, since the other party knew how to compromise, there was no need for him to continue to incur the jealousy of others. It was better for everyone to take a step back. Xiao Du said his goodbyes and used his movement technique to leave the area. After leaving the Linglong Tower, He didn't greet the other assistants and directly left the Linglong Tower. As for the assistants near the Linglong Tower, if they knew what was good for them, they would certainly retreat. If they didn't, then it was reasonable for them to be punished and taught a lesson. Xiaoyang also walked out of the Linglong Tower and calmly looked at the assistants in front of him. He smiled faintly and said, "Everyone Xiaoduer has lost and left. This is a matter between me and Xiaoduer. Tell me what you want to do." Some of the more sensible assistants immediately took their leave and apologized for their previous behavior. Perhaps Xiaoyang defeating Xiaoduer didn't mean anything, but defeating Xiaoduer was a big deal. Therefore, when mortals fight, mortals suffer. When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. They didn't want to be innocently implicated. Now, the wisest choice was to retreat. Of course, there were also some foolish assistants. They were used to being arrogant with Xiaoduer and naturally weren't willing to be defeated this time. Besides, they also knew that Xiaoduer and the number one assistant Xiaoduer were relatives. So, with this trump card, they thought that Xiaoyang wouldn't be arrogant for long. After waiting for a while, Xiaoyang saw that there were still 7 or 8 assistants standing there. His eyes revealed a playful look as he said, sarcastically, "So, you guys are destined to participate in this matter. Must you collude with Xiaoduer to make things difficult for me? Xiaoyang, don't be so proud. I tell you, your arrogance won't last long. Soon, someone will come to clean you up." An assistant fiercely roared at Xiaoyang. "Yes, Xiaoyang, you still don't know. Among all the assistants, the number one assistant Xiaoduer is Xiaoduer's relative. I advise you to apologize and compensate for all of our losses. Otherwise, when Xiaoduer comes, you won't even have the chance to kneel. Xiaoyang, you think you're so great just because you can reach the 9th floor? Ridiculous! Even a senior assistant has to give some face to Xiaoduer." These assistants had a common enemy and angrily shouted at Xiaoyang. It was as if Xiaoyang had done something that angered the heavens. "Okay, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you good-for-nothings. Speak, where is Xiaoduer hiding?" Xiaoyang indifferently said with a cold expression. After he was promoted to assistant, he had a grudge with Xiaoduer. Originally, both sides had agreed that as long as he defeated Xiaoduer, this matter would be written off. But now, it seemed that Xiaoduer didn't keep his promise and probably went to find helpers. "I'm here, Xiaoyang. Your death has come." A smug grin came from the distance. It was Xiaoduer's voice. There was another person accompanying him. That person was wearing a gray long-distance running suit. His temperament was outstanding. His eyes were bright and his strength was restrained. Many assistants were surprised and happy when they saw the scene. "Xiaoduer is back. Look, he also invited Xiaoduer. This time, Xiaoyang is going to have a good time. Greetings, Big Brother Big Brother Duer. 2 big brothers. This Xiaoyang is arrogant, domineering, and insufferably arrogant. He still doesn't know how to repent. Please, Big Brother teach him how to behave and know the rules of being an assistant." Many of Xiaoduer's henchmen were talking excitedly. It was as if they were going to win this show. After all, the title of the number one assistant was there. Among all the assistants, Xiaoduer was recognized as the number one. He was also the most powerful. Although he rarely took action, once he did, it was always successful. Big Brother this person is Xiaoyang. He is frivolous and doesn't know how to respect his seniors. He relied on his despicable means to take away all of our alchemy resources. This person's crime is unforgivable. Please, Big Brother help us. After Xiaoduer landed, he coldly glanced at Xiaoyang. His eyes were full of provocation. Then he turned his head, bowed his head, and begged Xiaoduer like a senior. The other assistants all agreed and begged him to teach Xiaoyang a lesson. Chapter 48. Not to mention that Xiaoduer was very protective of his own people. He was also the number one assistant. With his reputation, He could not ignore the advice of his assistants. Everyone in the assistant class knew that venomous Bishao was one of his people. However, Xiaoyang dared to be so presumptuous. Not only did he provoke venomous Bishao, but he also provoked the anger of his assistants. This was really unbearable. He coldly snorted and released his powerful cultivation aura. He questioned Xiaoyang and said, "You're Xiaoyang? Do you know your mistake?" Many assistants felt this aura and their hearts beat wildly. Heavens, this was the aura of a 9th rank warrior. He was only one step away from breaking through to martial master and becoming an existence like Xiao Chen. They were afraid that even Xiao Chen was inferior to Xiao Di. After all, Xiao Di had the identity of an assistant and was going to be an alchemist in the future. This Xiaoyang was definitely going to die, hee. Many of the assistants sneered as they added insult to injury. They wanted to see how Xiaoyang was going to get out of this. At this moment, Xiaoyang stood motionless. Since he won some materials from the exquisite pagoda, he immediately took out all the poisonous herbs and threw them to the bloodthirsty ice silkworm so that it could quickly refine the poison. At this moment, it was estimated that the purification was almost complete. He had a little confidence. "You are Xiao Di? You can't differentiate between right and wrong, good and evil, loyalty and treachery. You are unfair and unjust. What qualifications do you have to question me? You don't know what kind of character venomous Bishao is. He is just a group of people colluding with each other. Don't you know what kind of person he is?" Xiaoyang was not afraid at all. He calmly looked at Xiao Di. Even if the other party was a 9th rank warrior, he was not afraid. When he was a 4th or 5th rank warrior, he received a full blow from martial master Xiao Chen. Now he was still alive. This level of pressure was simply a joke, not to mention that he had already broken through to 7th rank warrior. With his powerful martial skills, he was confident that he could fight with the other party. Impudent. Audacious. Xiaoyang, do you know who Big Brother D is? You dare to speak to Big Brother D like that? Are you tired of living? Big Brother D is a powerful existence on par with martial master Xiao Chen. You dare to blaspheme him like this? You are courting death. Xiaoyang, you scoundrel. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize. Big Brother D, you don't have to be polite with him. Teach him how to be a proper person, so that he won't harm others and himself and embarrass the Xiao family. Venomous Bishao and a group of assistants pleaded with Xiao Di. Xiao Di was in a bit of a dilemma. He could see through Xiaoyang's cultivation at a glance, but this Xiaoyang seemed to be hiding something. This hidden unknown made Xiao Di feel threatened. If possible, he didn't want to fight to the death with Xiaoyang. As long as Xiaoyang gave him some face and gave him a way out, he would let this matter go. But now it seemed that this Xiaoyang's temper was very bad, and he didn't even give him face. If he didn't make a move, wouldn't he disappoint poisonous Bishao and the other assistants? A person's reputation was very important. Without these people's support, how could he become famous? Xiaoyang, since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. Xiao Di snorted coldly. He raised his hand, and his aura rapidly increased. He condensed his cultivation into his palm and then suddenly slapped toward Xiaoyang. This was the full-strength attack of a 9th ranked warrior, and its power couldn't be underestimated. Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly shrank. He felt this tyrannical aura. He took a deep breath and immediately displayed the firmament palm that he was proficient in. Fortunately, the firmament palm's level was not low, and Xiaoyang was also proficient in it. The moment he displayed it, a 5-finger mountain condensed and attacked the opponent's palm. Boom! A huge sound came out, and a tyrannical shock wave swept out from the center of the explosion. Many assistants were blown away by this shock wave and could not help but exclaim. Xiaoyang retreated more than 10 feet as he stared at Xiao Di with a dignified look on his face. He had just received a slight shock, but fortunately he retreated in time. Otherwise, it would have caused serious injuries. A 9th ranked warrior really couldn't be underestimated. On the other hand, Xiao Di stood there with his hands behind his back. He didn't retreat a single step, and his temperament was otherworldly. Xiaoyang, I was just teaching you a lesson. If you don't kneel down and surrender, I will use my trump card. Xiao Di's face was cold. His eyes were cold, and his face was cold. In fact, he was also shocked by Xiaoyang's fighting strength. He couldn't believe that Xiaoyang was able to withstand his full strength attack. How could an ordinary person have such ability? However, Xiaoyang was at most like this. In front of absolute strength, everything was just a paper tiger. Is that so? It seems that you still don't know how powerful I am. Then I will let you see my true strength. Xiaoyang was so angry that he started laughing. A 7th ranked warrior dares to talk about strength in front of a 9th ranked warrior. You are simply overestimating yourself. Even if you want to brag, you don't need to brag like this. I think he is scared out of his wits. Xiao Dufeng and the other assistants sneered again and again. They didn't believe that Xiaoyang still had any powerful means. They didn't believe that he could overturn the heavens. Xiao Di snorted, and the corner of his mouth hooked up. He also didn't believe Xiaoyang's words. He waved his hand, and an earth-grade magic treasure appeared in his hand. The moment the magic treasure appeared, it released enough power to make people unable to breathe. A 9th ranked warrior with an earth-grade magic treasure. This combination of fighting strength was enough to fight a martial master. However, this was only to deal with a 7th ranked warrior, Xiaoyang. If Xiaoyang died, what else could he do? The reason why Xiao Di used a butcher's knife to kill a chicken was because he wanted to end the battle quickly. He didn't want to be gossiped about, which would be bad for his image. Xiaoyang, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I will give you 3 breaths of time. After 3 breaths, I will make my move. You can choose to beg for mercy, or you can choose to use your trump card. Xiao Di slowly operated his cultivation method. His earth-grade magic treasure hovered around him. Whether it was him or his magic treasure, his fighting spirit gradually rose, and the killing intent slowly became stronger. 3. As he shouted the word 3, Xiao Di suddenly made his move. His killing move was unpredictable and extraordinary. Even if Xiaoyang could barely block it, he would be seriously injured unless he used the martial ancestor realm Fiery Bird. Feeling the cold killing intent, Xiaoyang didn't retreat. He also didn't ask Fiery Bird for help. He didn't even operate his cultivation. Instead, he turned around and shouted at the Linglong Pagoda. Invigilating Elder, are you just going to watch as a mere assistant dares to do such a thing to a senior assistant? Is there any guarantee of safety for a senior assistant? Is there any treatment? Chapter 49. When the 2 armies were fighting, it was an important moment of life and death. This Xiaoyang did not dodge, defend, or operate his cultivation technique, but instead shouted at the Linglong Pagoda. Was he stupid? Didn't he see that Xiao Di had already released his ultimate killing move? That was a 9th order warrior with an earth-grade magic weapon. Did he think it was a joke? Someone would die. This idiot. Too brainless. He obviously has no ability, but he still brags about how powerful he is. Isn't he digging his own grave? That's right. Knowing that he is no match for Xiao Di, he should just compromise and apologize. We can't kill him. This time he is bound to die. However, a dumbfounding scene appeared. A palm the size of 10 feet suddenly slapped down from the sky and landed on the ground. A huge 5-fingered palm print appeared on the ground with a rumble. Under this palm, all of Xiao Di's attacks turned into bubbles, and Xiaoyang was still safe and sound. Not even a speck of dust on him. Oh my God, what the hell is going on? Oh my God, this is simply inexplicable. This palm is too powerful. These assistants were completely shocked. Wasn't this just a show between the 2 of them? Why did an external force suddenly join in? Xiao Di frowned tightly, looking at everything with a gloomy expression. Under everyone's gaze, they saw the exam elder slowly floating down from the top of the Linglong Pagoda. His body was suspended in midair, and his face was full of impatience and anger. Just today he had been disturbed 4 or 5 times. This group of monkey-like youngsters were really naughty. In the past 3 years, the Linglong Pagoda was very quiet. The exam, and the failure all went their own way. They came quietly and left silently. However, today there were always people coming to make trouble, and even let the old guy have some peace. These juniors were really out of control. Did they have any respect for seniority? Did they have any respect for status? Oh my God, what did he see? An assistant actually dared to attack a senior assistant in front of everyone, and under the Linglong Pagoda. Did they not put him, the exam elder, in their eyes? Or did they not put the family rules in their eyes? Xiao Di, what the hell are you doing? The exam elder was very angry. He wanted to vent his anger on Xiao Di. Xiao Di felt very wronged. He had only come to teach Xiaoyang a lesson at the request of the assistants. However, the result was that he had alarmed the exam elder and was even scolded by him. Xiao Di hurriedly explained, "Exam elder, this Xiaoyang is arrogant and despotic. He took the alchemy resources of Poisonous Bi Xiao and the other assistants. I just want to help the assistants get justice. Please understand." At this time, Xiao Dalei, who had been following Xiaoyang, jumped out and roared, "Bullshit, exam elder, you don't know. The assistant token you gave almost killed us." The assistant token said number 3 house, but there was someone living in it. That person was Poisonous Bi Xiao. Poisonous Bi Xiao didn't let us live in it and attacked us. He simply didn't put you in his eyes. Poisonous Bi Xiao's skills were not as good as others. He was defeated by Big Brother Xiaoyang. So he asked Poisonous Bi Xiao, Du Yi, and the other assistants to come out. You see, how can a newcomer be bullied like this? Xiao Dalei felt injustice for Xiaoyang. The exam elder felt embarrassed and guilty. He looked at Xiaoyang apologetically. Then he glared and roared, "Who is Venomous Wasp Xiao? Come out." As the main culprit of all this, Venomous Bi Xiao walked out with a gloomy face. His face was filled with frustration, and he felt so wrong that he was about to cry. He hurriedly said, "Elder, I am Venomous Bi Xiao. I have already given up my courtyard, but Xiaoyang was so overbearing that he took away my alchemy resources, so I— Shut up, did I let you speak?" The exam elder glared at him, and the other party immediately shut up. The terrifying power of a 5th-level martial master was not a joke. It was enough to make people faint. You obviously have your own house, but you want to take over others. Isn't it the same reason that others take over yours? Your skills are not as good as others, so you are blindly acting. Poisonous Bi Xiao, go face the wall. Don't even think about coming down for 3 years. Scram! The invigilating elder shouted angrily. Who asked these little bastards to disturb his peace every few days? How could they not let him cultivate properly? All of you, go face the wall. Face the wall for at least a year. Otherwise, I will break your thighs. He still couldn't calm his anger, so he pointed at the assistants and roared. Xiaoyang, know your place. Let's forget about this matter. The exam elder glared at Xiaoyang. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiaoyang had already been promoted to a senior assistant, he would have definitely punished him. Just when the exam elder thought that this matter was over, everyone present, including Xiaoyang and Xiao Di, shouted, "I don't accept this." Oh, you all ate a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Just a few playthings, and you dare to question my decision? The exam elder was so angry that he laughed. Was it because he had not fought for so many years that some people had forgotten his fierce name? He did not mind staging a bloody massacre here. We are not questioning. We are also willing to follow the exam elder's punishment. But are we the only ones in the wrong? Then is Xiaoyang not in the wrong? He can't absolve himself from the blame. How can we not punish him? Xiao Dufing quickly said. The assistants next to him also echoed. Even Xiao Di thought that they should share the trials and tribulations. This Xiaoyang also had to be punished. Otherwise, it would be unfair. Presumptuous. A group of bastards. Every day you disturb me with these trivial matters. Let me tell you, Xiaoyang has already broken through the 9th floor of the Linglong Pagoda. He is already a senior assistant. Do you think you can afford to offend him? You even dare to make a move on a senior assistant. Do you still want to stay here? Do you all want to be expelled from the poison medicine pavilion? I will fulfill your wish. The exam elder was unable to restrain his anger. He flew into a rage. The complexion of venomous wasp Xiao and the others changed greatly, instantly turning pale. Good heavens, they actually provoked a high-ranking assistant. The clan's hierarchy was strict, and the rules were strict. It was not something they could easily trample on. The punishment just now was already considered light. Assistant Xiao, I know I was wrong. Xiao Dufeng was also an adaptable master. When he heard that Xiaoyang was already a senior assistant, he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. His face was full of sincerity as he repented his mistakes. In fact, he was secretly shocked. Oh my God, a person who had just been promoted to an assistant was promoted to a senior assistant in just half a day. Where could these senior assistants put their face? Many of the assistants knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Their hearts were full of regret. They also hated Xiao Dufeng. If they had known earlier, they would not have participated in this matter. Chapter 50. Looking at those assistants who had already left, they were so witty. They were probably laughing at them now. Only Xiao Di, even though his face was ugly, still stood there. He had his own dignity and honor. He only cupped his fist and apologized to Xiaoyang. He even took out a mid-grade poison pill as compensation. Even if he was the first assistant, he was still only an assistant. Xiaoyang was already a senior assistant. The difference in status between them was like this. He could only compromise and apologize. Looking at Xiao Di giving out the pill, the exam elder looked at the sky expressionlessly. He secretly glanced at Xiaoyang's face. After all, they were the ones at fault. What did Xiaoyang do wrong? If it was not for the fact that he did not consider the residents before giving out the token, then today's problem would not have occurred. It could be said that he had caused trouble for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang faintly smiled as he looked at Xiao Di. This guy was merciless when he tried to kill Xiaoyang. He didn't even know whether Xiao Di was good or evil. Thinking about this, Xiaoyang was a little angry. He snorted and flipped his hand. Instantly, 6 or 7 poison pills appeared on his body. He sneered and said, I don't care about that one poison pill of yours. You colluded with a tiger and aided the tyrant. You even attacked a senior assistant. How can you not be punished? Xiao Di narrowed his eyes. He was very angry, but seeing that the exam elder was here, he endured it. He was a dignified 9th rank warrior and the number 1 assistant. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Secretly, he blacklisted Xiaoyang. A 9th rank warrior with an earth-level treasure could easily kill him. This time, the exam elder helped him. Let's see who else can help him next time. Thinking of this, Xiao Di endured and said, Brother Xiaoyang is right. I was wrong first. Naturally, I should be punished. But the road ahead is long. I think it's better to turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. He took out a high-grade poison pill from his body and skillfully carried it in front of Xiaoyang. He said calmly, Brother Xiaoyang, do you think this sincerity is enough? After all, Xiaoyang had a poison physique. Once he saw poison, he desired it immensely. Oh, Yangming took the high-grade poison pill without batting an eyelid. He even took the medium-grade poison pill with a wave of his hand without feeling embarrassed at all. Xiao Di looked at Xiaoyang's greedy behavior, and the blue veins on his forehead were throbbing. His heart ached. Upper-grade dawn were very rare in the family, and now they were giving away one for free. He simply couldn't bear it, not to mention Xiaoyang's insatiable greed. However, he didn't dare to show his dissatisfaction. On the surface, he still had a smile on his face. This was for the sake of the exam elder. Xiao Duyi, let's forget about today's matter. I don't want to see it happen again. Otherwise, I won't be so nice next time. After Xiaoyang accepted the pills, his mood became better. Now that he had 2 upper-grade poison pills, consuming them would allow him to advance to the next level. He couldn't wait to find a place to cultivate. Exam Elder, I'm sorry for the trouble. Thank you for upholding justice. Xiaoyang didn't forget to thank the exam elder. The exam elder waved his hand. The matter was over. He used his movement skill and went back to his closed-door training. Daliai, let's go. Xiaoyang was too lazy to pay attention to Xiao Dui. He called out to Xiao Daliai and turned to leave with him. At this moment, Xiao Daliai was extremely excited. He was extremely excited. While following Xiaoyang, he chuckled and asked, Big brother Xiaoyang, you were promoted to senior assistant. My goodness! I entered the poison pavilion at the same time as you. I'm still a new apprentice. You actually skipped 2 positions in a row. I'm so envious. Big brother Xiaoyang, I'll follow you from now on. Don't despise me. I can chop firewood, boil water, and cook. He chattered along the way. Xiaoyang didn't listen to him. Instead, he secretly released his divine sense to observe Xiao Di's movements. He saw Xiao Di staring at him with a gloomy expression. His eyes revealed a chill. He feared that Xiao Di already had evil intentions towards him. Xiaoyang withdrew his divine sense and smiled coldly. He wasn't afraid at all. Not to mention that he had Fiery Bird as a protective talisman. Just by relying on his current resources, he dared to resist the other party. Senior assistants naturally had their own residences. Xiao Daliai, who had studied the poison pavilion for several years, was very familiar with this place. He led Xiaoyang towards the high-class residential area. The poison pavilion was divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes. Different statuses lived in different residences. Even with the same status, they were divided into high, low, and high. Outstanding people naturally lived in large and comfortable houses. Inferior students naturally weren't so lucky. This was the case for apprentices, assistants, and even senior assistants. They came to a place called Qingxiu Mountain. The scenery here was beautiful. There were many exquisite buildings built on the mountainside, which made Xiaoyang very pleasing to the eye. Big brother Xiaoyang, this is the high-class residential area. Only senior assistants can enjoy such treatment. Let me take you in. Xiao Daliai tried to curry favor with him. Because he followed Xiaoyang, his fame had risen along with Xiaoyang. Not to mention the apprentices. Even the assistants were respectful to him. Stop, who are you, huh? A mere apprentice dares to break in here. Quickly, Scram, do you know where this place is? This is the residence of the senior assistants. Go back and work hard for 10 years before coming back. The guard standing at the door stared at Xiao Daliai and released the aura of a rank 7 warrior, shocking Xiao Daliai. He noticed the token on Xiao Daliai's body. Since Xiao Daliai was just a new apprentice, he didn't take it to heart. He didn't even look at him. Hey, brother, don't look at me like a dog. In the future, I will also be a member of this place. It will be awkward if our relationship is strained. Xiao Daliai shouted. Relying on Xiaoyang's support, he courageously rebutted the guard. The guard was stunned. He was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were filled with contempt as he ridiculed. You too? You still want to live here? Ridiculous. Even if you work hard, you won't be able to enter this place. Scram, don't be a hindrance here. For those who were senior assistants, the youngest was over 20 years old. The oldest was over 100 years old. These two were only 15 or 16 years old. How could they have the status of a senior assistant? Moreover, the prerequisite for being promoted to senior assistant was to be an assistant. Among all the assistants in Poison Pavilion, even if he didn't know all of them, he knew at least the top 20 assistants. However, there was no such person as Xiaoyang. Based on the above judgment, He believed that Xiao Yang and Xiao Dalei were only here to feast their eyes. What happened? Why are you shouting here? A person walked over from afar with a frown. Chapter 51. Looking over, they saw a middle-aged man in golden armor walking over. This person had a dignified face, and he was imposing without being angry. His pair of fierce eyes seemed to contain endless viciousness, causing people to panic when they looked at him. "Captain, you're here. It's these two apprentices who don't know the rules and are in the way here. I'm chasing them away." The guard hurriedly explained with a frightened look on his face. He was afraid that the guard captain would find trouble with him. Then he coldly glanced at Xiao Yang and Xiao Dalei and roared, "Why aren't you scramming?" If he didn't chase these two fellows away, the other party would definitely think that he wasn't good at guarding and might even be punished. He didn't want to take such a risk. He roared and circulated his cultivation. With a wave of his hand, he released a terrifying force, wanting to push the two of them away. Xiao Dalei was a little panicked. He was only a martial disciple after all. How could he be a match for the other party? However, the other party didn't even ask clearly before attacking him. It was really too much. Even if you don't believe me, you should at least let me explain clearly. He didn't even let me say anything and attacked. Did he still have any face? Xiao Dalei was at the front and bore the brunt of the attack. He was the first to be hit and his body was sent flying. Seeing this, Xiao Yang snorted. With a wave of his hand, he also released a majestic force and directly pulled Xiao Dalei over. He even dissolved the surging force of the other party. "Bastard! You dare to make a move with such a small cultivation?" The guard was very angry. Although he was a guard, he was of a much higher level than ordinary guards. After all, this was the Poison Medicine Pavilion, and this was the place where the high-level assistants lived. To be able to be a guard here, regardless of status or strength, they were much higher than ordinary guards. Not to mention, the captain of the guards was here. He roared angrily, unable to restrain his anger, and wanted to attack again. However, it was the captain of the guards who stopped him. "All of you stop. Where do you think this is? If you disturb the rest of the high-level assistants, I'll hold you responsible." The captain of the guards walked over with a gloomy face and an unfriendly gaze swept across everyone. "Captain, it's them." The captain felt a little wronged. It was clearly two insensible guys who came here to cause trouble. He just wanted to drive them away. What was wrong with that? Just as he was about to defend himself, he was immediately interrupted by the guard captain. "Shut up." The guard's face was filled with sadness. He couldn't help but look at the two of them angrily, wishing he could tear the two people in front of him apart. "Who are the two of you?" The guard captain walked up to the two of them and questioned them loudly. His identity had already determined that he would treat everyone with benevolence. Xiao Dalei knew that the person in front of him had a higher status and was easier to talk to. He immediately cupped his fists and said, "Captain, I am Xiao Dalei, an apprentice of the Poison Medicine Pavilion. This is my big brother, Xiao Yang." The guard captain couldn't help but frown. If these two were only apprentices, they wouldn't be qualified to be here. He wanted to open his mouth and chase them away. However, at this moment, he saw Xiao Yang elegantly walk up. He cupped his fists and saluted. "Captain, I am Xiao Yang, a newly promoted senior assistant. This is my younger cousin. Help me move some things in and out." Senior assistant. The guard captain raised his eyebrows. He wanted to scold and chase them away, but he immediately held back. His eyes revealed a puzzled look. What a joke. Just two little brats. They even dare to play such little tricks in front of the captain. They are simply courting death. The guard listened to Xiao Yang's explanation with a face full of disbelief. He couldn't help but sneer a few times. Then he stood up and advised the guard captain, "Captain, this kind of spouting nonsense should be taught a lesson. This is for their own good. Otherwise, they will go out and swindle others in the future and embarrass the Xiao family." The guard captain calmly looked at Xiaoyang. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Xiaoyang also knew the purpose of the other party's visit. He immediately raised his hand and handed over the identity token that represented the senior assistant. When the guard captain saw it, his expression changed. Oh my God, it really was a senior assistant. As for the guard next to him, he still had a face full of disbelief. He just sneered. What the hell? You still want to coax him to the end? When your trick is exposed, you will be in trouble. So you are Xiaoyang's assistant. I am ashamed. After the guard captain saw the identity, his face was immediately full of smiles. He lowered his head and bowed to Xiaoyang. His face was full of flattery and fawning. What a joke! Even if he was the captain, his identity was just a guard. He was just the manager of the guards. As long as it was a status, they had to act according to the mood of the senior assistant. If there was a senior assistant who was not satisfied with them, then they could only pack up and leave with a word. The guard captain had worked hard to get from a guard to a senior management position. He didn't want to lose his position because of this. What? Captain, you actually called him assistant? The guard's face was full of disbelief. Shut up, you damn idiot. See for yourself what the consequences of offending a senior assistant will be. I think you know better than me what the consequences are. The guard captain was very angry and roared. The guard had been on duty here for 3 years. Of course, he knew the consequences. But the problem was that only a senior assistant could deal with him. He didn't believe that the other party was a senior assistant. After he took the identity token, he was immediately dumbfounded. Oh my God, this was really the identity token of a senior assistant. His face turned pale in an instant. His eyes were full of horror and incomparable panic. I'm sorry, Assistant Xiaoyang. It's my fault. I deserve to die. The guard's lips trembled. He couldn't even speak clearly. His legs were shaking. With a plop, he directly knelt on the ground and begged Xiaoyang for mercy. He desperately admitted his mistake, afraid that Xiaoyang would be calculative with him. It was precisely because he had been on duty here for a long time that he understood the horror of a senior assistant's power. He could deal with them with a word. If I knew this would happen, why did I go just now? Xiao Dalei looked at the other parties, fearful, begging for mercy, and was in a good mood. He couldn't help but be arrogant and get angry at the other party. Just now, this guard had even attacked him. He still remembered this grudge. Assistant Xiaoyang, why bother with such a person? Come. Please come in. This is a small token of appreciation. I hope you will forget today's unhappiness. The guard captain took out the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum with a pained expression and handed it to Xiaoyang. Then he gave the guard a look. The guard trembled and hurriedly took out all his wealth. He handed it over with a fawning expression and said, Sirs, I was reckless just now. Please forgive me. This is to congratulate you on becoming a senior assistant. Please accept it. Chapter 52. If he didn't accept it, it meant that the other party would care about this matter. He didn't want the other party to care about it. Once the other party cared about it, he would be finished. His eyes were filled with pleading and panic. He couldn't wait for the other party to accept this gift. One had to know that this gift was all he had. Just thinking about it made one's heart ache. Xiaoyang had already received the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma from the guard captain. He glanced at the guard and said indifferently, that guard didn't do it on purpose. It's just his job. Let's forget about this matter. Dalei, since the other party is sincere in giving you a gift, you should accept it. Yes, big brother. Xiao Dalei was very excited. He took the gift from the guard and said indifferently, All right, get up. From now on, we're all friends. The guard heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with gratitude. The guard captain personally escorted the two of them to their residence. He pointed at a luxurious and extravagant building and said, This is it. This is as far as I can send you. I can't enter. Every building here has a protective formation. Xiaoyang nodded and thanked him. He watched the other party leave. Big brother Xiaoyang, this luxurious house is ours? That's great. Oh my God, it's so big and luxurious. Xiao Dalei was very excited. He hurriedly ran towards the house. Bang! When his foot stepped over the threshold, he was immediately sent flying by the defensive array. He touched his bruised and swollen face and looked bitterly at Xiaoyang. He said pitifully, Big brother Xiaoyang, you have to uphold justice for me. He was just a mere apprentice. He didn't even have the status of an assistant. Furthermore, this was the residence of a senior assistant. Of course, he didn't have the qualifications. Fortunately, Xiaoyang was the owner of this place. Of course, he had the qualifications to preside over the array. He walked into the door, took out his identity token, and controlled the defensive array. Then he instructed Xiao Dalei, come. Cut your finger and get some blood out. Let the array acknowledge you and remember your aura. Xiao Dalei suddenly became extremely excited. Without any explanation, he bit his finger, squeezed out blood, and sent it to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's fingers continuously moved, and the array formation also began to operate. The last ray of light from the array formation instantly shot out and entered Xiao Dalei's body. This made Xiao Dalei a little terrified and uneasy. He asked, Big brother Xiaoyang, what's going on? He touched his body, but he couldn't find where the light was. Xiaoyang explained, this is a mark left on your body by the array formation. Next time, you can enter and leave as you please. Okay. Thank you, Big brother Xiaoyang. I'll go clean up and get water to cook. Xiao Dalei volunteered himself and became very active and excited. He was very clear about his identity. If he wanted to take a shortcut to rise up, then he would have to rely on Xiaoyang. Is the person inside Xiaoyang? Get the hell out here. Outside the house, someone was shouting. Xiaoyang frowned and looked puzzled. He just came in here and was unfamiliar with the place. Who could be looking for him? When he came out, he immediately understood. It was Xiao Sun Er's people. He still remembered that he broke through the 5th floor of the Linglong Pagoda with Xiao Sun Er and was promoted to assistant. However, he was now a senior assistant, and she was still just an assistant. Logically speaking, assistants weren't qualified to enter here. Looking at the identity of the man next to her, oh, he was a senior assistant. I wonder if you have any advice for me? Xiaoyang looked at the other party calmly. He didn't think that the other party was here as a guest. Instead, he felt that the other party was here to find trouble. When Xiao Sun Er saw Xiaoyang, her eyes couldn't help but reveal hatred. Her expression was gloomy as she said fiercely, Xiaoyang, I couldn't find you in the assistant class. I didn't expect you to fool around here. From Xiao Sun Er's point of view, this Xiaoyang must have used someone's connections to sneak in here. One had to know that she was promoted to assistant with Xiaoyang. It hadn't even been a day. How could Xiaoyang be promoted to senior assistant? As long as Xiaoyang relied on someone else's identity to enter here, it would be much easier to deal with. With the identity of her fiancé's senior assistant, she could toy with the other party at any time. It wasn't impossible for her to toy with him to death. Xiaoyang, you despicable thief. You actually forced me to stay away from the assessment for 10 years. It's time to settle this grudge. Xiao Sun Ai's pretty face was filled with anger. Her almond-shaped eyes were wide open and filled with hatred. She hated Xiaoyang so much that she wanted to kill him. Even her fiancé, Xiaoyang, could feel the strong hatred. He didn't expect Xiao Sun Er to have such strong hatred for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang also understood that the other party was really here to find trouble. He curled his lips in disdain. Xiao Sun Er, your brother only has himself to blame. You too. You don't learn from your mistakes, do you? Xiaoyang lightly snorted, his face full of displeasure. Right now, their identities were completely different. His identity was one level higher than hers. As long as he wanted to, he could completely influence the other party to a great extent. Hearing Xiaoyang's scolding, Xiao Sun was so angry that her delicate body trembled. She fiercely said, Xiaoyang, you don't know, right? All the assistants hate you to death. Xiao Di even said that he wanted to take revenge on you. You should think about how to survive. Yes, ever since Xiao Sun was promoted to assistant, she had been inquiring about Xiaoyang's whereabouts. She wanted to compete with Xiaoyang and take revenge for Xiao Chunyang. However, she couldn't find him for a day. She didn't expect that Xiaoyang would once again go to the Linglong Tower to challenge Xiao Dufeng, Xiao Duer, and the others, until she met Xiao Di. Xiao Di briefly explained the matter. As for Xiaoyang's promotion and Yang Wei, he didn't say anything. This meant that he wanted to use Xiao Sun as a tool. It was just a pity that Xiao Sun was kept in the dark. It was ridiculous that she still didn't know. Xiaoyang slightly narrowed his eyes, his expression calm. He didn't think that Xiao Di would let go of their grudges because of this. With Xiao Di's arrogant personality, he probably hated him to death for apologizing and giving him gifts in public. However, the current Xiaoyang was no longer the cowardly Xiaoyang from before. Even if the other party came, what could they do? Sir, if there's nothing else, please go back. I still want some peace and quiet. I don't want to be disturbed by barking dogs. Xiaoyang waved his hand, too lazy to pay attention to them. If the other party had any tricks, just use them. Bastard, you dare to call us dogs? Xiao Sun was so angry that her face flushed red. Even her breathing became heavy. Her protruding chest violently heaved up and down. She stretched out her slender and pale finger and angrily pointed at Xiaoyang. She looked like she was going to crush Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, you dare to bully my fiancé and speak to me like this. Aren't you too arrogant? Coldness flashed in Xiaoyang's eyes. His expression was gloomy as he stared at Xiaoyang with hostility. Chapter 53. After knowing that Xiaoyang had bullied his fiancé and brother-in-law, he had already held a grudge against Xiaoyang. Now that he knew that Xiaoyang was just an assistant who relied on his connections to get in here, he looked down on him even more. As an experienced senior assistant, he had the qualifications and background to do so. Xiaoyang, I want to fight with you. Do you dare to fight with me? Xiao Sun stared at Xiaoyang angrily. She couldn't hold it in any longer. The anger in her heart was overflowing, and the violent aura on her body was getting stronger. Oh, Xiao Sun, let me tell you, you don't have the qualifications to challenge me. Get lost. I don't want to argue with you. Xiaoyang stood still, turned around, and looked at Xiao Sun with a cold smile. What a joke. He was already a senior assistant, and the other party was just an assistant. What qualifications did she have to fight with him? What a joke. Xiaoyang, do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you relied on your connections to hide here? Xiao Sun was so angry that she clenched her fists. This Xiaoyang was really too despicable. He didn't even have the courage to fight with her. Was he still a man? In her opinion, this cowardly man only relied on some connections to get in here. There was nothing to be afraid of. She looked at Xiao Riyang and said gently, Riyang, please inform the alchemist to come over. I want to challenge Xiaoyang and ask him to be the judge. Xiao Riyang smiled, nodded, and responded. Then he turned around and left. He was planning to invite the alchemist over. Xiao Sun stayed here and waited. She sneered at Xiaoyang and said, Xiaoyang, you'll get it later. You better pray that the heavens give you some good luck. She was very confident in herself and was 100% sure. Finally, she could avenge her brother. She slowly exhaled. Originally, she didn't know that Xiaoyang was here. However, when she accompanied Xiao Riyang out, she coincidentally saw Xiaoyang's back as he walked into the courtyard. Because he hated Xiaoyang too much, he sent Xiao Riyang to ask him. He didn't expect to really find Xiaoyang here. Since he finally met him, he naturally had to avenge his previous hatred and wash away his shame. Xiaoyang looked at Xiao Sun with a smile that was not a smile. Since this scum girl wanted to die, he did not mind fulfilling her wish. Xiao Sun Or let me remind you now, it's not too late to regret now. Otherwise, you won't even know that Xiao Di has betrayed you. Ever since the establishment of the poison medicine pavilion's hierarchy, there had never been a precedent of an assistant challenging a senior assistant. According to the rules of the poison medicine pavilion, this kind of unruly and unreasonable assistant would basically be fired. Not long after, two figures flew over from afar. They were Xiao Riyang and an old man with a beard who had left earlier. Yao Lao, I invited you over this time to act as a notary. My fiancé, Xiao Sun wants to challenge Xiaoyang. After the two arrived, Xiao Riyang spoke to Yao Lao with a respectful face. Although the identity of a senior assistant was already very impressive, the identity of an alchemist was even more impressive. He was practically the controller of the poison medicine pavilion, a person with real power. And good. Riyang, I'm satisfied with your progress. I can still agree to this small request. Yao Lao looked at Xiao Riyang with a kind face. Xiao Riyang thanked him, then looked at Xiaoyang and said, Xiaoyang, this is the famous alchemist of the poison medicine pavilion, Yao Lao. With his permission, and as a notary, Xiao Sun can definitely challenge you. Accept the challenge. In his opinion, since Xiaoyang was so young, he should only have the identity of an assistant. As long as the other party was not a senior assistant, then the challenge between assistants could be initiated at any time. Yao Lao? And I would like to ask, what qualifications do an assistant need to have to challenge a senior assistant? Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes and stared at Yao Lao. Even if the other party was a superior alchemist, he was still disdainful. He had defeated even more powerful alchemists before. Yao Lao was somewhat dissatisfied with Xiaoyang's arrogant attitude, but now was not the time to fuss about this. Letting them successfully initiate the challenge was the right thing to do. It was also a good opportunity to use Xiao Sun to teach Xiaoyang a lesson, so that he wouldn't be so ignorant of seniority. He said, clearly, since the establishment of the poison medicine pavilion's hierarchy, there has never been a precedent of an assistant challenging a senior assistant. If an assistant must challenge, Yao Lao paused here, it was precisely because there was no precedent that he didn't know what the conditions were. But this wasn't the main point. An assistant challenging an assistant was very common. Xiao Riyang was a bit impatient and roared at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, you're just an assistant. You're just relying on your identity as a senior assistant to the owner of the courtyard to stay here. Why are you acting like a big shot? Hurry up and come out to die. Even Xiao Sun sneered and mocked. I think she's just afraid of death. Very good. I'm very satisfied with your attitude of seeking death, Xiaoyang said indifferently. Then he lifted his leg and took a few steps forward. He took out the senior assistant's token and threw it to the alchemist Yao Lao. When Yao Lao caught it, his expression changed, and he was a bit stunned. This was the senior assistant's identity token. What exactly was going on? Didn't Xiao Riyang say that his fiancée was only challenging an assistant? It was because of this that he came over. He felt as if he had been cheated. Xiao Riyang, what exactly is going on? Yao Lao was unable to restrain his anger and lashed out at Xiao Riyang. Xiao Riyang was stunned and a bit confused. He scratched his head. Why would Yao Lao scold him for no reason? Didn't they already talk about this? Take a good look at it. Yao Lao roared, and then directly threw the token at his face. Xiao Riyang sensed that there was a problem. He was nervous and hurriedly took the token. When he saw it, he was immediately dumbfounded. Oh my God, what kind of stupid mistake did I make? I actually let my fiancé challenge a senior assistant. His hand that was holding the token trembled. His face instantly turned pale, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Yao Lao glanced at Xiao Riyang and immediately understood the situation. Obviously, Xiao Riyang didn't know the identity of the other party. He must have been deceived by Xiao Sun. Looking at the disdainful attitude of this demoness toward Xiaoyang and hearing the words she said to Xiaoyang, Yao Lao almost couldn't help but want to slap her to death. This was simply a demoness trying to kill two people. Xiao Sun was still arrogant as she said to Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang, what are you still pretending for? Why did you throw the token? You were just promoted to assistant with me not long ago. Are you still afraid that others don't know your identity? You should know that this is the place where the senior assistants live. You have no right to be arrogant. Xiaoyang still stared at Xiao Sun with a smile that wasn't a smile. His eyes were full of ridicule. On the contrary, Xiao Riyang couldn't take it anymore. He directly slapped Xiao Sun's face. Chapter 54. Xiao Riyang was infuriated to the extreme. He was almost killed by her. To think that he trusted her so much and even invited the alchemist Yao Lao over. Putting aside the fact that he had wasted Yao Lao's trust in him, he was simply shooting himself in the foot. Xiao Sun touched her burning cheeks. For a moment, she didn't know what had happened. Wasn't the enemy Xiaoyang? Why did Xiao Riyang hit her? Then, she looked at Xiao Riyang and roared, "Shut up, bitch. Senior assistant Xiao Yang isn't someone you can challenge." What? Xiao Sun was even more confused. What was going on? When did Xiao Riyang become a senior assistant? Weren't they promoted to assistant at the same time? How long had it been? Why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and kneel down and apologize to senior assistant Xiao Yang. Xiao Riyang ruthlessly kicked Xiao Sun's knee, causing her to kneel on the ground. For a moment, she felt greatly wronged and humiliated. Tears even flowed from her eyes. She was strong. Even when Xiao Chunyang was expelled from the poison pavilion, even when she was humiliated in front of Xiaoyang, she didn't cry. But now, she couldn't bear it anymore. The dignity of a senior assistant couldn't be humiliated. A mere assistant should be respectful and obedient. She dared to provoke and be so arrogant. Wasn't this courting death? Small family was a large family. They ruled the family with rules. The hierarchy was strict and couldn't be crossed. Xiaoyang, my fiancée, didn't recognize Mount Tai and offended you. She deserved it. You can punish her however you want. But please be gentle on my account. Xiao Riyang pleaded for Xiao Sun. The alchemist, Yao Lao's face was gloomy. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He kept silent about everything in front of him. In any case, he didn't like Xiao Sun. She almost got him killed. Xiao Yang took his identity token from the other party's hand and said calmly, "Where's the dignity of a senior assistant? An apology is enough? Where are the threats and provocations you started with? I said you would regret it. You didn't repent, so your death is not to be regretted." In an instant, Xiao Sun's face was ashen and filled with despair. Xiao Riyang's expression also turned extremely ugly because the other party didn't give him any face at all, even if he knew that his relationship with Yao Lao wasn't shallow. Small family members knew the consequences of offending their superiors. The outcome was almost worse than death, not to mention that she was threatening and oppressing them. Xiao Yang's gaze fell on Yao Lao's body as he asked indifferently, "Yao Lao, how should we defend against the threat of a senior assistant?" Now, even if he wanted to teach Xiao Sun a lesson, there was no need for him to do anything. The difference between their statuses was like heaven and earth. You will be punished with 100 strokes of the cane, expelled from the poison medicine pavilion, and face the wall for 10 years. Yao Lao said expressionlessly. This made Xiao Riyang and Xiao Sun even more terrified, especially Xiao Sun. To her, this punishment was simply fatal. Any one of the punishments was enough to take her life and ruin her future, not to mention 3 punishments added together. This was definitely Yao Lao's revenge. When Xiao Sun was filled with evil thoughts, she once again heard Yao Lao say, "This is because of you, Xiao Riyang. Otherwise, you would have been beaten to death. You're on your own now. There are some women that you can't touch." Xiao Riyang's mouth was bitter as he sighed again and again. Then he closed his eyes and pretended to be in pain as he said, "Xiao Sun, you and I are done. Let's end our grudges." Then, with a turn of his hand, he used his movement technique and left in an instant. No, no, Xiao Riyang, don't leave me. Xiao Sun-er's face was pale, and more tears flowed in her eyes. Her expression was filled with reluctance. She originally thought that she could use Xiao Riyang's identity to ruthlessly attack Xiaoyang and avenge her previous hatred. She didn't expect to go for wool and come home shorn, causing herself to be implicated. She put all the blame on Xiaoyang. For a moment, she suddenly raised her head and said resentfully and unwillingly, Xiaoyang, what right do you have to become a high-level assistant? You were clearly promoted to assistant at the same time as me. Your token must be fake, right? If you have the guts, come with me to the Twinkle Gem Pagoda again. I don't believe you can pass the 9th floor. At this moment, Xiao Sun-er was almost crazy and had almost lost her mind. As the favored daughter of heaven among the apprentices, her progress was the fastest, and she had long stepped into the level of assistant. However, when she found out that Xiaoyang, who started later than her, had surpassed her and became an existence that she couldn't reach, her self-esteem and pride suffered a heavy blow. The talent that she had always been proud of was destroyed by him, just like that. How could she be willing? Ridiculous. Xiaoyang turned around and slowly walked into the residence, too lazy to pay attention to them. Yao Lao said coldly, I'll fulfill your last wish and let you die with no regrets. He took out a communication jade slip and sent out a message. Not long after, the examination elder of the Twinkle Gem Pagoda came here in person. He glanced at Yao Lao and said with a smile, Old guy, what can I do for you? Do you have good elixirs for me? Yao Lao was not in the mood to joke with him now. He said seriously, Let me ask you, do you know Xiaoyang, who passed the 9th floor of the Twinkle Gem Pagoda alone and became a high-level assistant? Oh, I remember. That guy is very interesting. Many people tried to provoke him, but in the end, they were all beaten down by him. For example, apprentices like Xiao Chunyang and Xiao Hozi and assistants like Xiao Dufeng, Xiao Duer, and Xiao Di. They are all in the top 3 of their peers. Although the examination elder didn't know why Yao Lao asked this, he still told the truth. At this moment, Lin Sun completely admitted defeat. It turned out that the real genius in the world was not a half-baked genius like her, but an unattainable genius like Xiaoyang. It turned out that she was really used by Xiao Di. Xiao Di clearly knew that Xiaoyang had become a high-level assistant, but he didn't tell her. Instead, he showed a bitter hatred for Xiaoyang and led her to trouble Xiaoyang. She regretted that she didn't listen to Xiaoyang's advice. Now it seemed that everything was too late. Yao Lao waved his hand and took Xiao Sun away. He said indifferently, The facts are very clear. Xiao Sun, if you still think you are a member of the Xiao family, go to the punishment pavilion to receive your punishment. I am an alchemist. I don't have time to deal with you. After leaving her in the punishment pavilion, he left directly. As an alchemist, he was very busy. Every day, he had to study the prescription, refine the elixirs, and cultivate his own successor. Xiaoyang walked into the hall and saw the delicious food on the table. He heard Xiao Dalai greet him. Brother Xiaoyang, come, taste my cooking. By the way, who came here just now? Xiaoyang responded with a few words, and then ate heartily. Xiao Dalai felt sorry for Xiao Sun or his experience and then swept the table clean. Chapter 55. Nightfall. Somewhere in the poisonous medicine pavilion, 2 people were having a secret meeting. If Xiao Dalai was here, he would be able to recognize them at a glance. They were Xiao Dui and Xiao Riyang. Xiao Dui, don't you hate Xiaoyang? Haven't you been looking for an opportunity to make a move on him? I can fulfill your wish. After the matter is done, he will announce as a senior assistant that you are my first partner. Xiao Riyang looked at Xiao Di seriously. His expression didn't seem to be fake. He had long hated Xiaoyang. This Xiaoyang didn't give him any face and forced him to give up his fiancée, Xiao Sun. He even made him lose face in front of the alchemist Yao Lao. He must avenge this hatred. However, he couldn't do it himself, so he came to find Xiao Di. He remembered that Xiao Sun, or said that Xiao Di hated Xiao Yang to the bone. Since they had the same goal, they could naturally cooperate. Xiao Di was excited. He didn't expect senior assistant Xiao Riyang to come to him personally. This wasn't just thinking highly of him, it was thinking very highly of him. This kind of opportunity was like an opportunity for them. Any assistant would firmly grasp this kind of opportunity. However, he had his own considerations. For example, after being in the poisonous medicine pavilion for so many years, he was used to the scheming and scheming. He could also be deceived by others. Xiao Sun was once used by him as a tool. In the end, she provoked Xiao Yang and was severely punished. Her life was basically crippled. He didn't want to repeat the same mistake. He stared sharply at Xiao Riyang and said solemnly, "How can I trust you?" Yes, he was happy to see this kind of cooperation, but it didn't mean that he was a fool. It's simple. This is my senior assistant identity token. I'll give it to you now. Just do your job well. Is this sincere enough? Xiao Riyang took out the identity token and handed it to Xiao Di without saying anything. This made Xiao Di feel touched and absent-minded for a moment. Heavens, was this guy crazy? Or did he hate Xiao Yang for stealing his wife? He actually dared to pay such a price. One had to know the importance of identity tokens. Each person only had one identity token. If they lost it, it meant that their status and identity were gone, and they would have to start all over again. Xiao Di took a deep breath and nodded. He then turned around and used his movement technique to leave the place in an instant. Xiao Riyang also left swiftly. If he didn't hate Xiao Yang to the core, he wouldn't have taken such a big risk. Xiao Yang, just you wait. I will make you pay the price. Humph. Senior Assistant Residential Area. Xiao Di used the high-level identity token in his hand to smoothly enter this place. According to the information provided by Xiao Yang, he quickly found Xiao Yang's residence. From afar, he saw Xiao Dalai, the trash, cultivating in the courtyard. He also saw Xiao Yang, the despicable guy, looking at the stars in the courtyard. Humph, I'll let you have your fun. You'll be in for a good show in a while. Xiao Di thought fiercely, and his heart was overflowing with killing intent. He was a dignified 7th martial warrior and possessed an earth-grade magic treasure. When he dealt with Xiao Yang in the Linglong Pagoda, he was actually humiliated by Xiao Yang. He couldn't swallow this anger no matter what. Xiao Yang was only a 7th martial warrior. He had great confidence that he could kill Xiao Yang. Last time, if he didn't call the exam elder to help, Xiao Yang would have died under his hands. This time, he wanted to see who else could help him. Xiao Yang was looking at the stars in the sky. The night here was very quiet and cool. Since he awakened the memories of the ancient god emperor, he had been crazily cultivating. He had been thinking of various ways to improve his cultivation. He rarely stopped to rest. At this moment, this silent night made his mind feel peaceful and relaxed. He glanced at Xiao Dalai, who was beside him. Xiao Dalai was cultivating and seemed to be about to break through to the martial warrior realm. However, at the critical moment of the breakthrough, Xiao Dalai's cultivation aura began to become chaotic, as if he had encountered a problem. Xiao Yang couldn't help but frown and looked at the other party seriously. Seeing the other party's face beginning to turn pale and the veins on his forehead bulging, he knew that the other party was about to go berserk. Xiao Yang didn't have time to think too much. He hurriedly operated his own cultivation. Relying on the memories of the ancient god emperor, he pointed his index finger between Xiao Dalai's eyebrows to help him stabilize his mind and help him break through. After a few breaths, Xiao Dalai's situation stabilized. With the help of Xiao Yang, he successfully broke through to the martial warrior realm. Xiao Dalai was very grateful. His eyes were filled with excitement as he hurriedly said, "Thank you, big brother Xiao Yang. If it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to hold on." His gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. After personally following Xiao Yang, not only had his status been raised, Even his cultivation resources, experience, and breakthroughs had been supported by Xiaoyang. It could be said that Xiaoyang was his greatest benefactor. He was willing to repay him with his life. And Dalei, calm down. Next, you will pretend to go berserk. I will pretend to help you calm your mind. Remember, don't reveal any flaws. Xiaoyang didn't move his finger away from Xiao Dalei's eyebrows. Instead, he whispered. Xiao Dalei was stunned. He didn't know why Xiaoyang made such an arrangement, but he felt that Xiaoyang must have his reasons for making such an arrangement, so he immediately cooperated. He let out a cry and pretended to be seriously injured. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open, and the veins on his forehead bulged again. His neck was also swollen. He was screaming and waving his hands nonstop. He even used his cultivation, as if his cultivation was out of control. Oh no, this is a sign of going berserk. Dalei, don't move. You have to cooperate with me. I will help you. Xiaoyang shouted loudly. He looked anxious and frightened. In fact, he said it so loudly for Xiao Di to hear because he had already noticed Xiao Di's aura. In the middle of the night, Xiao Di, a mere assistant, was able to sneak into this place. This in itself was suspicious. The other party was monitoring this place. Obviously, he had other plans. Then, he would beat him at his own game. He wanted to see what the other party wanted to do. Xiao Di was still observing Xiaoyang and Xiao Dalei. He didn't know that the two of them were acting and were waiting for him to jump in. He was full of confidence. He sneered and said sarcastically, "This is a good opportunity. Xiaoyang, facing me, a rank 9 warrior, you will die. In front of absolute strength, everything is just a paper tiger. Kill." Xiao Di snorted and immediately launched his movement technique. His figure quickly rushed toward Xiaoyang. Chapter 56. Xiaoyang, accept your death! The masked Xiao Di rushed in front of Xiaoyang in an instant and snorted coldly. The earth-grade magic treasure in his hand released a terrifying light and slashed toward Xiaoyang. At the same time, he made a series of hand seals and launched his latest move, the Heaven Mountain Snow. In just a short moment, the area within a radius of 10 zhang was covered in snowflakes. Countless snowflakes drifted down from the sky. These snowflakes might look gentle and beautiful, but in truth, each snowflake contained the power of illusion, drawing people into a fantasy. At least, Xiao Dalei couldn't resist the attack of the Heaven Mountain Snow. His expression stiffened as if he had returned to his childhood days and slowly grew up to the poison pavilion. The fantasy was very long, but only a breath of time had passed in the outside world. Xiao Dalei felt the threat of death because the illusion of the poison pavilion made him think of something. He suddenly sobered up, and his confused eyes revealed a look of realization. "There's an enemy attack," he shouted in alarm. At this time, he also understood why Xiaoyang told him to pretend to be possessed by the devil. It turned out that it was to lure others into this big pit. He looked at the token on his body again. It turned out to be Xiaoyang's senior assistant token. It was because of this token that the defensive formation of the residence was activated, allowing him to come here in advance. Otherwise, he would have already died under Xiao Di's palm. On the other hand, Xiaoyang looked as if nothing had happened. He was standing 10 feet away, calmly with his hands on his chest. The corner of his mouth was raised, revealing a sneer as he looked at Xiao Di with a playful gaze. He had already noticed Xiao Di. It was also his plan to lure Xiao Di here. He was already prepared, so how could he be ambushed by the other party? "Xiao Di, you didn't expect this, right? Your Heaven Mountain Snow is useless against me. Your magic treasure attack is also so fragile in front of my defensive formation. Look, you're finished." Xiaoyang waved his hand and released a gentle force that directly swept Xiao Dalei over. Then he stretched out his hand and took back his senior assistant token from Xiao Dalei. After grasping the token, he immediately manipulated the defensive formation of the residence and condensed an ancient bell to completely encircle Xiao Di. Xiao Di's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. His eyes were filled with resentment as he roared again and again. He even activated his cultivation of a rank 9 warrior and bombarded the large bell that was condensed by the defensive array in an attempt to escape. It's useless, Xiao Di, you fell into my trap. Xiao Yang said indifferently and calmly looked at the murderer who wanted to kill him. Xiao Dalei had thoroughly understood the situation. He immediately shouted at Xiao Di, Xiao Di, you piece of trash. It's fine if you don't repent, but now you want to assassinate us. What enmity do we have with you that you would risk your life to assassinate us? Son of a bitch, I will kill you. He was furious and flew into a rage. If it wasn't for Xiao Yang helping him in advance, he would have been killed by Xiao Di. He was furious to the extreme. At this moment, he had just broken through to the martial warrior realm. He clenched his fist and immediately blasted out a punch. This punch directly penetrated the defensive formation and hit Xiao Di's body. Xiao Di was restricted by the defensive formation and couldn't spare any extra energy to defend himself. After being hit, he let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was pushed back and slammed into the giant bell formed by the defensive formation. The giant bell seemed to be real and issued a loud bell sound. Bastard, Xiao Dalei, you wait for me. Xiao Di was injured by a palm strike and immediately bore a grudge against Xiao Dalei. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He was threatening Xiao Dalei. Arrogant, you still don't know your mistake. Xiao Dalei was also angry. This person failed to assassinate him and now dared to threaten him. Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? He roared and once again blasted out a punch. The power of this punch was much stronger than the previous one. Dong! The loud sound of the bell rang again. Xiao Di, who had hit the bell, felt as if his whole body was falling apart. He was extremely weak and could not even muster up his strength. This defensive formation was really terrifying. How is it? Are you still going to be stubborn? Xiao Dalei smirked as he excitedly looked at Xiao Di. Xiao Yang, who was holding his chest with both hands, did not stop him because he wanted to ask some questions. If he did not show the other party some strength, the other party would definitely not give in. Speak, Xiao Di, who colluded with you to murder the senior assistant. Xiao Yang asked calmly. Murdering a senior assistant was a serious crime. Even an elder would find it difficult to pardon the other party's crime. Don't even think that I will tell you. Xiao Yang, I admit that I fell in your hands. If you have the guts, then kill me. Xiao Di roared at Xiao Yang. He was originally full of confidence, but now he had fallen into despair. There was no other way. He had underestimated Xiao Yang's strength and the power of this defensive formation. He had completely failed. Looking at the piece of black cloth that fell on the ground, how ridiculous it was. He originally planned to assassinate without exposing his identity and then easily escape. Now, this black cloth was like a huge mockery to him. Forget it. I will let someone else track it down. Xiao Yang waved his hand and was too lazy to talk to the other party. Because of the huge movement here, it had already attracted the attention of the surrounding neighbors and patrol teams. They all released their cultivation and flew over. Assistant Xiao Yang, what happened here? The person who came was the guard captain. This person had met Xiao Yang before. Xiao Yang briefly explained the matter, which made the guard captain extremely angry. He angrily walked in front of Xiao Di and raised his hand to slap him a few times. He shouted, Xiao Di, how dare you, a mere assistant, assassinate a senior assistant. Do you still have the family rules in your eyes? Fortunately, Xiao Yang is fine. Otherwise, I will not be able to absolve myself from the blame. Go, take him away and guard him well. We must find the mastermind behind this. In addition, put away his identity token for me, the guard captain repeatedly ordered. After watching the guards take Xiao Di away, he looked at Xiao Yang apologetically and said, Xiao Yang, I'm really sorry. It's our fault for not protecting you, properly and causing you trouble. Don't worry, we will definitely punish the culprit and find the mastermind behind this. Xiaoyang nodded and no longer said anything. In fact, the fact that Xiao Di had the senior assistant token in his hand was very suspicious. What did this mean? It meant that the senior assistant sent him to assassinate Xiao Di. Chapter 57. Big Brother Xiaoyang, who is so vicious to make things difficult for you. We just entered this place not long ago. Logically speaking, we haven't offended anyone yet. Xiao Dalai frowned and asked. Thinking about this question, he immediately had some guesses. Thinking of this, he revealed an expression of disbelief and looked at Xiaoyang with a dumbfounded expression. He exclaimed, "Could it be?" "Sho," Xiaoyang interrupted him. Before he had any evidence, he had to be careful with his words so that he wouldn't be caught red-handed. How could he not have his own judgment and guesses? Dawn of the next day. Xiao Riyang was restless as he walked in his room. He already knew what happened last night. Xiao Di's assassination failed and was captured alive by Xiaoyang. He was now in the hands of the guard captain. The guard captain had solemnly stated that he would investigate this matter to the end. Even the alchemist Yao Lao had made an announcement. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before the truth came to light. In addition, his identity token had been taken away by the guard captain. He was already at his wits' end. If he was traced, it would be a dead end. The only way now was to stall for time. On the next day, he hurriedly walked towards the prison cell. The guard at the door of the prison cell was like a senior assistant. Of course, he didn't dare to stop him and quickly bowed. Xiao Riyang walked straight into the prison cell and went straight to the cell where Xiao Di was. The guard captain was interrogating Xiao Di. However, Xiao Di didn't confess. His body was already covered with scars. It was a tragic sight. "Brother Riyang, why are you looking for this old man?" The guard captain saw Xiao Riyang walking over from afar. He couldn't help but frown and ask in confusion. Xiao Riyang glanced at Xiao Di indifferently and said in a deep voice, "Captain, perhaps I have a way to make him talk. I am also very angry about the assassination of my senior assistant. I am also worried about my own safety." The guard captain was a little hesitant. However, his status was lower than Xiao Riyang's. Plus, it was his own fault for failing to protect Xiao Riyang. If Xiao Riyang pursued this matter, then he would have to bear the blame. In order to save trouble, he simply said, "Then I'll have to trouble you. All of you can leave. Don't worry, I won't kill him," Xiao Riyang said indifferently. The guard captain and the others had no choice but to wave their hands and take the guards away. After these people left, Xiao Riyang personally walked in front of Xiao Di and looked at him with concern. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. At this point, Xiao Di was basically done for. However, whether or not he would be implicated was still up for discussion. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Di glanced at Xiao Riyang with bloodshot eyes. At least until now, he hadn't betrayed Xiao Riyang. He thought that perhaps the other party had come to silence him so that he could get rid of him once and for all. Xiao Riyang frowned and touched Xiao Di's injuries. He sighed and said apologetically, "I can't save you." Xiao Di forced a smile. This was a very obvious matter. What was there to say? When he was defeated by Xiaoyang, he already understood that he was finished. He didn't say anything, and there was nothing to say. This was all within his expectations. "How about this? You wait for me for a day. I will think of a way to get rid of Xiaoyang. Then, you can push all the blame to Xiaoyang." Xiao Riyang carefully arranged with a serious expression. Xiao Di nodded in agreement. He originally wanted to get rid of Xiaoyang, but unfortunately he failed. However, if Xiao Riyang made a move, he would be happy to see it happen. As for delaying for a day, it was completely possible. "This is a special pardon for you. Take it well. You can ask to go out tomorrow." Xiao Riyang was relieved when he heard the other party's agreement. He was also afraid that the other party would expose him. This special pardon was given to him after he saved an alchemist. He didn't have the chance to use it. He didn't expect to use it here. Although it was a special pardon, it was only a special pardon for an alchemist. It was only effective in the poison medicine pavilion. Moreover, the content of the special pardon was very narrow and strict. It was only a day's worth of punishment. Okay. Xiao Di took the special pardon order and gratefully responded. Xiao Riyang walked out of the cell and saw the guard captain outside. How is it? The guard captain hurried over and looked at Xiao Riyang with a hopeful expression. Xiao Riyang smiled and revealed a confident look. He said calmly, "Don't worry, Xiao Di is very cooperative. He will definitely confess tomorrow. Captain, please slow down for a day. The result will naturally be known tomorrow." The guard captain was a little hesitant. He frowned and thought about the serious relationship. Right at this moment, Xiao Riyang took out a few elixirs and handed them over. "Don't worry, the truth will come to light tomorrow. It's just that we need to slow down a little today. Moreover, if we don't have an agreement with him, even if we kill him today, there won't be any effect." He threatened and bribed. The guard captain immediately surrendered and nodded. "All right, let's slow down." He then turned around and instructed everyone not to speak of this matter. Xiao Riyang directly walked towards Xiao Yang's residence. When he reached the entrance of the residence, he shouted at Xiao Yang. "Xiao Yang, senior assistants also have a challenge arena. I, Xiao Riyang, want to issue a challenge to you." This voice was released through his cultivation and spread to the surroundings. Everyone within a radius of 10,000 feet could hear it clearly. Many people were discussing, "Oh my God, he is issuing a life and death challenge to the senior assistant. This hasn't happened for many years. What kind of hatred do they have for them to go to such an extent? From what I know, Xiao Yang is just a new senior assistant, while Xiao Riyang is already a senior assistant. Why would the two of them have a conflict? I really don't understand. Won't we know once we go and take a look?" Many senior assistants left the residence and headed towards Xiao Yang's location. Because the commotion was too big, even Yao Lao, who was an alchemist, was alarmed. Although Yao Lao was an alchemist, he was also a manager. Naturally, he couldn't sit by and do nothing. He unleashed his cultivation and instantly arrived here. When he saw Xiao Riyang again, he was a little unhappy. Previously, he was almost killed by Xiao Riyang. However, Xiao Riyang had done him a favor before, and he wasn't an ungrateful person. Therefore, he took care of Xiao Riyang again and again. "What are all of you gathered here for?" Yao Lao didn't get angry, but he was imposing and had the dignity of a superior. Xiao Riyang knew that time didn't wait for him, and he didn't have much time left. He immediately said, reporting to Yao Lao, "Senior Assistant Xiao Riyang wants to issue a life and death challenge to Xiao Yang." Chapter 58. Yao Lao's eyes narrowed, and his expression turned even more unfriendly. Once a challenge like this was initiated, it would only end when one person fell. No matter who fell, it would be a loss to the poison medicine pavilion. But no matter what the reason was, as a senior assistant, they did have the right to initiate a challenge. Every senior assistant could initiate once. Yao Lao was very angry. He didn't expect Xiao Riyang to be someone who didn't care about the big picture. What kind of grudge did he have that he had to end up in such a state? He snorted softly, knowing that he couldn't refuse. He said in a dignified manner, "Approved. Xiao Yang, accept the challenge. Every senior assistant has the right to initiate a challenge. Even this old man can't interfere." Xiao Yang, who was standing at the courtyard's entrance, nodded to express his understanding. Xiao Dalai had already explained the situation to him in the dark. "Xiao Riyang, since you insist on doing this, I'll naturally do as you wish." Xiao Yang looked at Xiao Riyang calmly, calm and composed. "Good, this can't be any better. Let's compete in poison. We'll use the same poison on ourselves and see who can last until the end. During this period of time, we can use antidote pills or other methods to detoxify the poison. Do you understand?" Xiao Riyang's expression was spirited, and his eyes revealed agitation. Although he wasn't the best at refining poison pills, his refining of antidote pills was one of a kind. This is simply bullying. Who doesn't know that Xiao Riyang is good at refining antidote pills? He's obviously using his seniority to bully a newcomer. What can a newcomer do? Many senior assistants discussed, feeling humiliated for someone with low morals like Xiao Riyang and sympathizing with Xiao Yang, who was a passive newcomer. Xiao Yang laughed involuntarily. He had thought that the other party wanted to compete in something, but it turned out to be a competition in poison. To Xiao Yang, who had the poison body, this was simply a cheat that was made for him. He agreed without hesitation and said, "All right, I agree. Please go ahead." The surrounding senior assistants didn't think highly of Xiao Yang and shook their heads to express that it was a pity. They were afraid that this newly promoted senior assistant would be sacrificed here. The first poison, 7 poisons powder. Xiao Riyang took out the poison and stared at Xiao Yang, grinning malevolently. He was afraid that Xiao Yang didn't understand the prowess of this poison and immediately explained, "I won't talk about the refinement of the 7 poisons powder. I'll just say that even an elephant wouldn't be able to withstand the slightest bit of its toxicity, let alone a human. Xiao Yang, please." As he spoke, he poured the 7 poisons powder on his body. The poison began to spread and corrode his body, but he quickly took out a detoxification pill and consumed it. The poison was immediately neutralized. Many senior assistants frowned as they looked at Xiao Yang. Some were curious, some were worried. Although the toxicity of this 7 poisons powder was not the strongest, it was easy to deal with ordinary people. Xiao Yang took the 7 poisons powder from the other party's hand and laughed coldly. He directly opened his mouth and swallowed the 7 poisons powder. Then he activated his cultivation method and refined the poison in an instant. This little bit of poison was simply a piece of cake for him. However, in order to attract attention, he still symbolically took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. After waiting for a while, seeing that Xiao Yang didn't show any signs of the poison acting up, Xiao Riyang snorted coldly and said, "This time it's a draw. Let's continue. Once the challenge is initiated, one party must fall. This is the 8-colored poison water. I'll do it. You can do whatever you want." Xiao Riyang appeared to be very arrogant and proud. He had tried these poisons before and had also personally neutralized them. Right now, he was just revisiting his knowledge. After he consumed the detoxification pill, he was still fine. However, everyone was even more worried about Xiao Yang. Even if Xiao Yang was lucky once, could it be that there would be a second time? Xiao Dailyi's face was filled with nervousness, and his eyes were filled with worry. He simply hated this Xiao Riyang to death. Why did he have to play with poison for no reason? It made one's heart uneasy. Xiao Yang took the 8-colored poison water and didn't ask further. The toxicity of this poison was just a little stronger than the 7 poisons powder. It was still not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Right now, Xiao Yang's purpose of entering the poison medicine pavilion was to receive a high-grade poison pill. That poison was the most useful to him. After Xiao Yang consumed it, he also pretended to consume the detoxification pill and then looked at Xiao Riyang as if nothing had happened. Xiao Riyang was unable to take down Xiao Yang twice in a row and started to feel nervous. There were too many poisons in this world. There were many that he didn't understand and also many that he couldn't neutralize. He gritted his teeth and took out 2 low-grade poison pills. He snorted coldly and said, "This is a low-grade poison pill. After consuming it, your entire body will turn into pus. Xiao Yang, do you want to do it?" He was the first to consume the low-grade poison pill. Then he consumed the detoxification pill and neutralized the poison. Although the poison was neutralized, his body still suffered different degrees of damage. A low-grade poison pill was a poison pill after all. Its toxicity wasn't something that the 7 poisons powder could compare to. It's over, it's over. This is a poison pill and not an ordinary poison. I'm afraid this Xiao Yang won't be able to hold on. The poison pill's toxicity isn't small. Even Xiao Riyang, who is the most proficient in detoxification, was injured. let alone Xiaoyang, who is a newbie. Seems like he has used up all his luck and is going to die. Everyone was discussing. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, was indifferent. He took the low-grade poisonous pill and said with disdain, "Is there only one? It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Come, give me a few more. Otherwise, I don't know how long this competition will last." "All right, Xiaoyang, don't blame me if you are courting death." Xiaoyang's eyes flashed with a smug look. He hurriedly took out all the low-grade poison pills he had. There were over 20 of them. Originally, one low-grade poison pill was enough to take a person's life, let alone so many of them. Each pill's toxicity was different. Even Xiaoyang himself didn't dare to play like this. This Xiaoyang is really daring. It's over. He is really young and frivolous. Who would dare to eat poison pills so recklessly in this day and age? Does he think that they are candy? Even Yao Lao looked at Xiaoyang in astonishment. This was obviously an unfair competition. However, this was Xiaoyang's own will, so he couldn't say anything. Xiaoyang looked at the more than 20 lower-grade poison pills in his hand with a greedy look in his eyes. He was like a child who had seen candy. Without saying a word, he swallowed all the lower-grade poison pills. Subsequently, he immediately circulated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant skill and quickly refined the poison, turning it into his own cultivation. He felt very satisfied and comfortable. It was too awesome. What? He is actually fine? How is this possible? After waiting for a while, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw that Xiaoyang was fine. They looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief as though they were looking at a freak. Even Xiaoyang was shocked. Chapter 59. He was very clear about the poison pills that he had concocted himself. There were a few types of poison pills that even he himself was unable to neutralize. Xiaoyang's heart was in a perilous situation as he looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. His eyes were filled with fear and trepidation. He was already regretting initiating this high-ranking assistant's life and death duel. This Xiaoyang was a powerful existence that couldn't be defeated. However, there was no turning back. He had no other choice now and could only take this path. Just like what Yao Lao said, once a high-ranking assistant's life and death duel started, there would only be one person who would fall. It was either you die or I live. He took in a deep breath. Since he couldn't defeat Xiaoyang in a head-on battle, he could only take shortcuts like using unorthodox methods. He snorted and stared at Xiaoyang coldly. He said indifferently, "Xiaoyang, I admit that I'm not as good as you in terms of neutralizing poison. However, this is a life and death duel. Let's skip the mid-grade poison pill and have a high-grade poison pill. How about it?" Poison pills were the most terrifying poison pills. These terrifying poison pills were also divided into different grades. The higher the grade of the poison pill, the more toxic it would be compared to the low-grade poison pill. In light cases, it could cause one to die from the poison. In serious cases, it could cause one to be poisoned just by looking at it. Now that Xiaoyang was playing so ruthlessly, it seemed like he was going to go all out. Xiaoyang let out a cold laugh. After consuming so many low-grade poison pills, he felt refreshed all over. There were faint signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he was suppressing it. With the cultivation resources he had now, he could break through his current cultivation realm in minutes. The reason why he hadn't broken through for so long was because he wanted to accumulate enough strength and completely consolidate this cultivation realm. This was like building a tall building. The foundation must be solid. The more solid the foundation, the more it could support the tall building. All right, of course I agree. It's just that, in order to increase the challenge and enjoyment of the duel, take out all the poison pills and herbs you have and consume them all. If I don't die, we'll try out the power of the high-grade poison pill. How about it? Xiaoyang wasn't planning to let go of the other party's poison pills. After all, he had a rare poison physique and needed a large amount of poison to increase his cultivation. It was understandable for him to have such a request. However, the onlookers didn't think so. Is this Xiaoyang crazy? How dare you play like this? This new senior assistant must be out of his mind. Otherwise, why would he make such a disadvantageous request? He's really arrogant. He thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he can neutralize the toxins of so many low-grade poison pills. Many people were not optimistic about Xiaoyang. Even the alchemist Yao Lao frowned and reminded him, Xiaoyang, don't mess around. Don't rely on your little ability to be lawless. He believed that Xiaoyang was being too arrogant. He thought that if he could solve the low-grade poison pill, he would be able to solve 10,000 poisons. This was simply ignorance and blindness. He was also courting death. After the 2 challenges, he now found Xiaoyang much more pleasing to the eye. Of course, he didn't want Xiaoyang to court death. Of course, Xiaoyang couldn't ask for more. He immediately laughed and mocked. Xiaoyang, I really don't know if I should say that you are arrogant or stupid. All right, since you are willing to test the poison, I will naturally fulfill your wish. He snorted and immediately took out all the poison-attributed medicinal herbs and elixirs. These were what he had accumulated for half his life. Among them, there were 3 or 4 mid-grade poison pills. There were a few poison-attributed medicinal herbs that even he couldn't study and didn't dare to try. The toxins of these medicinal herbs weren't any weaker than the poison pills. He waved his hand and pushed all the resources in his hand to Xiaoyang. He sneered and said, Please, Senior Assistant Xiao. Xiaoyang was very happy. Not only him, but everyone present didn't think highly of Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang wouldn't be able to escape from this round of poison. As long as he died, Xiao Di would be able to push all the blame to Xiaoyang. At that time, even the captain of the guards would have to turn a blind eye and give some face to Xiao Di. Therefore, the problem now was to kill Xiaoyang. This was Xiaoyang's only goal. Time didn't allow him to delay any longer. Otherwise, Xiao Di wouldn't be able to withstand it. At that time, Xiaoyang would confess and he would be finished. Big brother Xiaoyang, are you serious? You can't play like this. Xiao Daliai's face was filled with worry. He looked at Xiaoyang anxiously. He didn't want Xiaoyang to fall here. He hadn't even started to enjoy his great life yet. What? Xiaoyang, are you going back on your words? Do you dare or not? Xiaoyang immediately provoked Xiaoyang, provoking the other party with a sentence. Xiaoyang sneered. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the mid-grade poison pills and medicinal herbs in front of him. He crazily circulated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant's secret art and continuously refined the poison. At the same time, he also informed the bloodthirsty iceworm to quickly purify the poison. This was also beneficial to the growth of the bloodthirsty iceworm. However, the bloodthirsty iceworm needed a certain amount of time. Xiaoyang simply sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes, pretending to work hard to detoxify the poison. He even let his body emit a layer of black poison mist. This scene was very realistic. It was as if Xiaoyang had been poisoned. This made Xiaoyang very excited. He couldn't wait for Xiaoyang to immediately die from the poison. Yao Lao and the others frowned as they looked at Xiaoyang with various thoughts. Perhaps they were also looking forward to Xiaoyang creating a miracle in their hearts. Time passed by minute. The poison mist shrouding Xiaoyang's body became denser and denser. As time passed, not only did it not dissipate, it became even more intense. This made the hearts of the spectators sink as they sighed. Even they, including the alchemist Yao Lao, felt that they wouldn't be able to detoxify so much poison, let alone the newly promoted senior assistant Xiaoyang. They had already lost confidence in Xiaoyang. Haha, Xiaoyang, you're dead. You're finally dead. Haha. Seeing that Xiaoyang didn't move for a long time, Xiaoyang became even more excited. As long as Xiaoyang died, he would be able to inform Xiao Di to come out. Everyone looked at Xiaoyang with displeasure. They were disgusted with Xiaoyang, who was narrow-minded and vengeful. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang spoke indifferently. He opened his mouth and breathed. absorbing all the poison mist shrouding his body. Then he slowly stood up and looked at Xiao Riyang unscathed. Xiao Yang sensed that his cultivation was showing signs of a breakthrough. This meant that he had accumulated enough. What? Xiao Yang, you're still not dead? Xiao Riyang's breathing was hurried, his pupils contracted, and his heart was thumping. The spectators were also surprised. They revealed smiles and heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Chapter 60. If Xiao Yang didn't die in the life and death challenge, they would definitely befriend Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's detoxification ability was too strong and could save his life. You must be very disappointed that I didn't die, right? Xiao Yang sneered. High-grade poison pills were already nourishment to him, let alone low-grade poison pills. He couldn't wait for more of such poison to appear. Xiao Yang, what's so great about this? You just agreed to challenge the high-grade poison pill. Please. Xiao Riyang flipped his hand and took out a jade box. The box contained the high-grade poison pill. High-grade poison pills were very scarce in the entire Xiao family, and only the elders could possess them. Xiao Riyang obtained this poison pill by chance. It could be said that it was a fortuitous encounter. Even if he had a fortuitous encounter, he only had one pill with him. From the start of the challenge until now, he had always been the first to consume the poison before it was Xiao Yang's turn. However, he didn't have the confidence to detoxify the poison of the high-grade poison pill. He could barely detoxify the poison of the low-grade poison pill. If he were to consume this poison pill, even if it was a middle-grade poison pill, he would die instantly, let alone a high-grade one. Therefore, he decisively shouted at Xiao Yang, Xiao Yang, I've always been the first to challenge. You can go first this time, right? Anyway, he wouldn't dare to try the high-grade poison pill even if he was beaten to death. However, he didn't mind letting Xiao Yang test the poison. As long as Xiao Yang died, everything would be fine. Shameless, too shameless. Xiao Dalai was so angry that he pointed at Xiao Riyang's nose and scolded him. If it was during normal times, this little apprentice would definitely be severely punished. The prestige of a senior assistant couldn't be challenged. However, everyone, including Yao Lao, was disappointed in Xiao Riyang. They even wanted to curse out loud, but due to their status, they didn't say anything. This Xiao Dalai had cursed out their hearts, so they naturally wouldn't interfere. Previously, Xiao Yang had voluntarily consumed the mid-grade poison pill and medicinal ingredients. According to morality, it should be Xiao Riyang's turn now. Moreover, this request was personally made by Xiao Riyang. It was just that they didn't expect Xiao Riyang to be shameless to this extent. He was simply too despicable. Xiao Riyang, I'll grant you your wish. After this matter, you can't blame me for your life or death. A cold glint flashed across Xiao Yang's eyes as he snorted softly, after which he waved his hand and received the high-grade poison pill from Xiao Riyang's hands. He opened his mouth, raised his head, and swallowed. It was simply too comfortable. High-grade poison pills were indeed refreshing. Even the texture was different. With his poison body, Xiao Yang once again operated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant's secret art, slowly refining the toxins of the high-grade poison pill. At the same time, a beautiful idea appeared in his mind. Now that he had accumulated enough, why not use these resources to open the poison vein? Condensing the poison vein was something that Xiao Yang had thought of from the very beginning. However, due to the lack of resources in the early stages, he could only put it aside for the time being. Taking advantage of the current situation, he let out a roar and crazily condensed the accumulated toxins. He shuttled them through the meridians in his body and tried his best to open the poison vein. With the accumulation from earlier, the process of condensing the poison vein this time was very smooth. In less than 10 breaths of time, a unique poison vein appeared in his body. With this poison vein, he could easily convert toxins and spirit chi. He could convert spirit chi into toxins or convert toxins into spirit chi. He could convert whatever he needed. It was simply too refreshing. After successfully condensing the poison vein, he slowly opened his eyes. There was a radiance circulating in his eyes. Although his cultivation didn't break through, his aura was completely different. Even if the alchemist Yao Lao met his eyes, he would instinctively be fearful and his pupils would contract. The rest of the senior assistants seemed to have felt an imposing aura from a superior, causing them to be respectful and crawl toward Xiaoyang from the bottom of their hearts. This strange feeling made them unable to follow him. Good. Xiaoyang, you are really not bad. You already have the potential to be an alchemist. Yao Lao naturally understood what that aura was. It was the magnetic field that an alchemist must have. Many of the senior assistants couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for him. There was naturally no lack of elites among them, but none of them had ever been praised by Yao Lao. Thus, it was only a matter of time before this Xiaoyang became an alchemist. Their minds were active as they thought about how to curry favor with him. The result of the challenge was almost out. Xiaoyang could even neutralize the poison of a high-grade poison pill. What else could be difficult for him? On the other hand, Xiao Riyang was destined to be the loser. Xiao Riyang, it's your turn. I don't require you to try a high-grade poison pill. Just a mid-grade one will do. Xiaoyang spoke indifferently. He reached out his hand and took out a mid-grade poison pill. However, after thinking for a moment, he kept the mid-grade poison pill in his hand. What a joke! He couldn't wait for the other party to give him a poison pill. How could he give up a mid-grade poison pill? He glanced at the many senior assistants and coughed. He rubbed his nose embarrassedly and said awkwardly, is this challenge good? There is a fee. If you guys still wish to continue watching, then please give me a mid-grade poison pill so that this life and death challenge can continue. If you don't wish to continue watching, then you can leave. I won't be sending you off. Haha, I like Brother Xiaoyang's character. This old man, Xiao Feilong, wishes to continue watching the show. This show is very exciting. I will give you this mid-grade poison pill. One of the senior assistants gave out a mid-grade poison pill. The other senior assistants also shouted in agreement. They were the type that was cheering for Xiao Riyang and also the type that was taking pleasure in his misfortune. Everyone knew that Xiao Riyang was going to be finished. Those who had been bullied by Xiao Riyang all jumped out to suppress him. Xiao Riyang, please. Xiaoyang beckoned with one hand and sent the mid-grade poison pill that Xiao Feilong gave out to Xiao Riyang as he spoke indifferently. The other party had tried to kill him in every possible way. Of course, he wouldn't show any mercy. Looking at the mid-grade poison pill in front of him, Xiao Riyang's expression changed. His eyes were filled with horror. He knew very well that he didn't have the ability to neutralize the mid-grade poison pill's poison. He had researched the low-grade poison pill's poison for 2 years before he could find the corresponding antidote. Moreover, he only had a 90% chance of success. In the end, he even injured himself. There was really no other way now. It was over. He felt that his life was filled with misery. He was the one who issued the life and death challenge. It was too late for regrets now. He could only walk down this path to the end. Even if it meant death, he had no other choice. Xiaoyang, you win. Just you wait. We will fight again in our next life. Xiao Riyang clenched his teeth. He knew that he couldn't drag this out any longer. He took the mid-grade poison pill and swallowed it. Immediately after, his entire body was invaded by the poison. He frantically swallowed the antidote, but none of the antidotes worked. He knew that he was going to die soon.